Come to the bed. Come here, girl. Come to the bed. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
everyone, and welcome to the Streamers League Valorant tournament for the biggest influencers in the region. We're going to be seeing teams from Romania, Hungary, Greece, Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. But today, specifically, we're going to be looking at Romania. And joining me today is going to be the incredible RJ. How are we feeling?
Oh, thank you so much, Jeannie. Absolutely delighted to be here. This is going to be a treat. All these streamers showing the very best of themselves and kicking things off with Romania. What a beautiful country. And I think what a beautiful, beautiful bout of streamers that we've got ready to play today. I really want to see them get down to it and just, well, destroy each other in Valorant. I have no other way to put it.
Yeah, well, Valorant is an incredible game, but there's going to be something on the line for them. And what is that going to be?
Good question to ask indeed. Well, let's take a quick look at that. Currently, the format of the tournament, as said before, we have those regions: Romania, Hungary, Greece, Poland, Czechia, and Slovakia. All of those regions will deliver one team for the LAN finals in Wrocław. And on the other side, we've also got the very interesting HyperX wildcard coming in to provide another team that actually gets to go to those LAN finals. Honestly, how exciting is that? You can just actually be voted in and go to those LAN finals.
6 slots for that LAN final, but also 30,000 euros on the line for prize money, which is absolutely incredible. And we want to say thank you to HyperX and for the city of Wrocław for making this possible, because without them, we wouldn't be here today. But we talked about the tournament, we talked about the sponsors, we talked about the prize money that is on the line, and now let's talk a little bit more about the HyperX wildcard, as you mentioned earlier. So you could actually be voting your favorite team into these LAN finals. The 6th team is going to be based on the vote. So you're asking me, how am I going to be doing this, Ginny? Well, don't worry, I got you. Even in the regional qualifiers, if you actually don't make it, there is still a chance to appear in the final phase of the tournament through the community voting. So after every single qualifier, fans of every team will have the opportunity to vote for their favorite team that was placed 2 to 8th place. And the teams that earned the most votes from the community in their region at the very, very end of this event are going to be facing off against each other for that HyperX wildcard. And the one who wins that one is going to be taking it away, going to be getting on that plane and going all the way down to LAN, where they're going to be competing against the other teams. So now, let's go into the group stages, because, you know, there's still quite a while from getting to that LAN. We still have to go through these groups, so talk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, first off, of course, we see the streamers that have been provided for today. And obviously, we start off with Group A. Very sensible, right? The first letter of the alphabet would be weird if we started with B.
Makes sense.
And that's going to be our group for today. First off, Scarrow, Alexa, Iceman, Lucky, and Knuckle. Those 4 streamers will be facing things off today in 6 exciting best of ones to get the points in and to finally get their placing to, of course, later on also decide how things will roll with those playoffs that are happening on Sunday. And on Group B, you see the Real Red, Jaxi TV, and Chandriana. Yeah, just Adriana, really. And Adri Von B. Also really, really cool streamers, I think, that they've invited for this. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of them pop it off on these beautiful Valorant maps and just, well, go at one another. I don't think that they're going to be too kind to one another. I think that there's going to be a lot of hyper competitivity at play here.
Yeah, we've had a little sneak peek at the teams, and the average rank of these teams are absolutely incredible. So we're definitely in for some high quality, big 5-head gameplay strategies in the map, so really looking forward to that. But specifically the playoffs, we have only 4 best teams of these groups that are going to be going through that playoffs in a single elimination bracket in the form of a best of 3. So today it's going to be a round robin, best of 1, but on Sunday, however, that's when it gets really, really dicey, and these teams have to make sure that that's when they're bringing their A game, not their B game, because A is the first letter of the alphabet, as RJ told us earlier today, and that's exactly what we want to be seeing. So first match of the day, Scarrow is going to be Scarrow against Knuckle. Now, this is going to be a streamer team. We had a little sneak peek, as we mentioned earlier, at that rank, but other than that, we don't really know much, but just heard it. We know the map pick, so let's have a quick look.
Indeed, indeed, it seemed to be Ascend. Oh, that's going to be a fun one, I think. Would I say that it's one of my favorites? Not that, but it's a map that I can appreciate as I can any Valorant map. Looking forward to how the plays will come out in this one. How do you feel about it, Jeannie?
I absolutely love Ascent. You know, I would be really surprised if we don't see a Sova with that shock dart coming through. Maybe, you know, Recon Bolt. The Odin is going to be in play. I feel like this is something that we're definitely going to be seeing today. And that's something that I am looking forward to. Specifically on Ascent, you know, there's a lot of versatility in terms of the agents that you can be pulling out. I would really, really love to see Omen come through on Ascent. And having that agent be played aggressively on this map specifically, I think is going to be bringing these teams a lot of good plays, and it's gonna be bringing us a lot of entertainment as well. Come on, and that's why we're here. We want that entertainment. So I think this is a great map pick to start it off. First game of the day. It's gonna be a best of one. It's gonna be on Ascent, and I'm looking forward to see what agents are gonna be locked in. But RJ, I have a little question for you here.
Okay.
You unfortunately disclosed that it wasn't your favorite map, and I would like to ask why.
Why? What? Oh dear. Is it,
You
know what? You just have a couple of those typical points, right? When I imagine Ascent straight away, I think maybe I'm also very much looking at it from an attacker perspective. Having to get onto some of those sites, you have to be forced down those massive choke points on either side, by the way, on A and on B. Both of them just feature this situation in which you have to go through one narrow funnel, which you can so easily be caught out on. And I think that that's something that definitely bothers me about it. And going for mid control, I mean, if you've got anyone who's half decent, they should be holding that off, and that should be a much more challenging affair. So I think also that kind of sets us up for seeing really good ability usage to come through. You know, that's going to be important to actually make sure teams can get onto that spike site in the first place, because if they can't get that down, then I'm afraid that, well, it's going to be a very tough battle.
Yeah, and I really like that you bring up that mid control, specifically on Ascent, just one of those maps where if you lose that control, it actually blows your spawn wide open. It gives them really good access onto B. They can just, you know, come through, flank you from the back. You have no idea where they're coming through. And we've seen this happen time and time again in like higher competitive games. So looking forward to see whether or not that is going to be happening today. Now we're going to be finding out pretty soon, as we're going to be heading right into game. First game of the day. Let's get excited. And that's the Omen that I wanted to see already.
Ah, fantastic. That's you happy, of course. It seems as well like these teams have gone for an almost identical comp. The only difference that you can notice is the Breach and Astra, wow, Reyna disparity. Of course not Astra, you know. You totally jinxed me there. We talked about her earlier, how she's absolutely not relevant anymore, and, well, I can already see it bothering me. For now, a setup with the abilities and a relatively swift A-side push. And here you see what I'm talking about, but it's CC coming in with the first frag. Malta taken out. And then the hold that will have to come through instead from the Jet, but it's CC continuing Trinso with the defense. But Albala and Scarrow find a bit of impact. However, Berlin's position is strong, puts the pressure down, the triple shot, and uses the high ground. But that's a bit unfortunate. 2v2 remains, and Scarrow to go for that frag. Gets the spike plant down, and that creates the after plant with Albala falling back on this and deciding, repositioning is important.
Yeah, looks like he wants to do a little ring around the roses and not get caught off. Scarrow still has a paranoia available, looking to utilize it once the spike gets ticked, but Knuckle is pushing quite forward, and he's not going to look for it. He gets the first as Albala takes him right out. Does make the initial contact, but it's not enough, and that's the first round in the bag for Scarrow. They absolutely just ran it down onto that A site. They had a strategy of, we want to win the pistol round, we want to be able to get that second round conversion as well if we can, and that's exactly what they've been doing. They lose a couple of members in the process, not as clean as you'd expect it to be going onto that 5v3, as 2 members from the side of Knuckle were still onto the B site, but they did well. They got the first pistol, and that's always something really important. But what's also important is going to be a Marshall mid.
Okay, I like the look of that already. Have to get those headshots in then, but a tag works just as well. That's Scarrow down to at least half of his HP, and a bit of a worse start, I'd say, for the attacking side for Team Scarrow altogether. Obviously, very important. If you can take down the leaderhead, the figurehead, because that would be Scarrow, then you already know how to get the I think team in a bit of a tizzy, in a bit of a tough spot to be in. Let's keep a
Spice
lookout.
seems to be going for the A side, and this actually brought all the attention from Knuckle onto A side. They have left B side completely open. There's still 2 members from Scaro that can just run in and take up the space. And yes, 1 member is going back, 2 actually at this specific moment, but is that going to be enough? They already have their smokes down. Now it's a matter of pushing out. The bot is going to be coming down as well, and it's going to be a numbers advantage as well as a guns advantage. The rest of Knuckle is trying to rotate, but Mata picks off the first side. Has already been put down, and Berlin does manage to pick off the trade. 1 player down. NW is gonna be going through with that. Reyna, the overheal, is gonna come through and is gonna give them a lot of space to work with. And that's another member down from the side of Knuckle.
And it seems to be Scaro that set themselves up for a pretty good situation, with Knuckle being down on a 2v1 retake. Never mind that, actually, 1v4. Just undoable altogether. Knuckle also so low HP, getting pressured by New, and makes for that 4K, by the way. So far, Team Scaro off to a great start and in a good position.
That was beautiful coming through. They get a lot of the attention onto the A side, and based on the fact that the first missile round, they had all their members just swarm the site, Knuckle gets a little scared. They have the worst spy coming in on this round, and they're like, okay, we need to get the advantage in our numbers. They all head over to A site, but in the meantime, they know that no one's pushed out from B. They feel comfortable going onto the site, and Scaro gets it under their banner. They get the plant down, and we can't take away the credit from NWY, who absolutely popped off with those frags that round.
Most certainly so. That's what matters the most. Team Scaro going for another attack push, but Carol, good on the hold, finds himself a double. Both New and Mata are fragged out, but Albala returning with the Bulldog, and well, it definitely seems to be as fierce as the name makes it sound. 3v3, and Scaro can get away with the spike plant. So right now, Trinsa moves up ahead. Has got that team support coming through. Omen as well being into play, wondering how those abilities will come in. If he's still got any left, of course, at this point. But it seems to be that you at least have 1 smoke popping up. A movement ahead, Berlin opening things as the breach, but Albala still holding off well. A triple, and Scaro to return. It's a 1v2, but the retake seems to be real, Sisse. Look at that. A defuse comfortably achieved, and Team Knuckle, they get this clutch, deservedly so, and they get their first round on the scoreboard.
He saw 1 pixel peek through, and he absolutely clicked on it. That was beautiful. And starting off the round, playing from, just look at that. Sice's aim is on point today. Definitely had a couple of warm-up games going into this, but starting the round off specifically on B side, being able to play from boathouse and already have a couple of members drop left, right, and center, giving some sort of advantage to your team, just really set up the rest of Knuckle to be able to come through and finish off that round. And now it's kind of a round that you expected them to win, considering they did have a couple of guns available. They had the superior firepower, but it was rather expensive, as we're now seeing that 1 member at least does have a Spectre.
Indeed. A slight bit of a struggle if you can't at least get the good weaponry down. An important factor as always, in my opinion, because if you don't have that decent weaponry, then your hold... It's going to have to be reliant on even more skill. And usually if your economy isn't that good, abilities might be something that you cheat out on as well. For now, Mata finding a start, but Sisse comes through with the Vandal. Beautifully done. Such skill that we're seeing today. Abilities also coming through, and there's the power of the Omen. That's the triple. Even if there's a recon bolt revealing Sisse's location, that does not seem to be a matter for him. And there you get the paranoia to come through, I believe, but I don't think that connected to anyone, and it will be Sensitivity getting on target and actually fragging out Sisse eventually. But Carol comes through with that return, and Knuckle to find the last one. The defenders, of course, Team Knuckle, they do stay on target, and they come back swiftly 2-2, and we've achieved equilibrium.
Yeah, Sice thugged away in wine, not something that Team expected him to be, because you're already dealing with that first initial jet that's pushing out aggressively. You're taking that out of the picture, and you wouldn't expect an Omen to be pushing forward that fast. So he was already in the right place at the right time, managed to get a couple of frags, used the Shrouded step to get out, to reposition, and then it's just a matter of buying as much time as possible for the team to come through with that rotation. And Princer once again pushing out aggressively. Paranoia is going to be getting two off guard. He managed to get one. A couple of wallbangs come through, but don't actually connect. They know that there's going to be more players. Princer going once again for the peak. He's going to have to fall off as he's 4 HP, but Carol and Sides are on the game. They get one, has to go to Lido, goes to the Classic, isn't enough. Malta takes him down, but he's the last player standing, and Berlin is out for blood, looking to get on the scoreboard himself. That is an absolute bloodbath on the B side, trying to even get into it. But they're everywhere. There's nowhere you can escape, Mara, and they pull you down. And that's another round in the bag for Knuckle.
Absolute bloodbath, the best way you can describe it, I think. And all of that blood was spilled in the B main position. The hold down that Knuckle had on that was excellent altogether. And I think that just goes to show, if you can put down a choke point like that, and if you can actually utilize it well on your defending side, you can take out so much power of the attackers. And you saw it right away. 3 people being killed means that you enter that 2v5 scenario. Even if there was a return frag, that barely had any impact in the long run, and that did lead to Knuckle getting their 3rd round in and the round advantage.
That was absolutely incredible. Time and time again, we're just seeing that Knuckle, in terms of firepower, they do seem to be superior. They did lose the first 2 rounds, just a run as well, but they have been able to find themselves, get a footing into this map. They lose their first member now, as B-side is completely under Scaro's control. That is something that they have down, but they still have Size Life, and he's been quite good at making things work. And honestly, so is NWY. He's been really good at getting those frags out. He's already gotten 2. Trincer's in an absolutely horrible position. A little bit of a pickle, we do say so ourselves. It's not going to be that 3v4 situation, as the numbers advantage has been secured for Scara. And that is just another bloodbath once again coming through from Scara. They only lose 1 member in the process, and that's a really solid round that they needed.
Will be great for their economy as well, to keep so many people alive. Sure, it wasn't a flawless round, but it got pretty damn close, and I think that's what matters. Very, very exciting to see this toe-to-toe battle coming off straight away, right? Because I think that you could have also had this kind of matchup where one team clearly has the way better ranked people, and where there's a very much display of dominance going on. That's absolutely not the case. You see them going toe-to-toe. You see straight away, after a maximum of a 2-round streak, the other team directly comes back, and they find themselves back on target. For now, a new round to pop off. Who is going to take the advantage in this one?
Oh, it's hiding in smoke for me. Already 2 members coming up a little, and that is the lockdown coming through, being invested just to clear out the site. It's actually gonna push the members away, but they're right back at it. And so far, yes, a lot of util has been coming through, but not a lot of space has been gained, and instead they lose a member. Zeiss is going to be going a little too aggressive. Scar does manage to get through with the trade, but Transu still has the operator in hand, and he has his spider senses tingling. He knows it's looking like an A hit, and once again, we're seeing the classic strategy coming through from Scar, where they just overwhelm a site. So much util going in onto B site, and it was a bit of a fake. Knuckle fell for it, and oh, that double updraft from Trenser, absolutely beautiful. Another pick going down.
Such commitment. However, Breach also showing back up on target where necessary. Carol, in the meantime, returning. Berlin finding some impact. Look at this retake. Beautifully done, and with time to spare. And that will get Knuckle that 4th round in. They seem to be the ones to take the advantage after all. Also get some weapon recovery going. Another important factor. And that will be, I think, a deserved round for them. You saw the start of it. Trinsa coming through with the knives, with the Blade Storm. Very, very strong impact. And as you saw the team members stand at the ready,
right there,
I think you noticed straight away that they were just in a good position, and that retake was going to be successful.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you're trying to retake a site and you're not all coming from the exact same angle. It's a bit overwhelming for the attackers to hold on to that site a bit longer, especially if you still have all your util available, because they used all of it to get onto site, and that's the paranoia coming through. Malta's gonna be able to dash to safety. Gonna have to reevaluate exactly where they want to go. There's gonna be a couple of dashes through smoke, and eventually Ice is being put down, but Scarrow's already ulted on top of Radiator. Trincer has the operator, does manage to pick off one, but I don't think they were ready for that one. They're now down 2 members. Numbers advantage not for them, and that's a lot of util coming through on Raptors. They really want to get rid of Trincer, and that operator has been an absolute thorn in their side that they no longer want to deal with. And once again, we're seeing the retake being taken, and there's one member from the side of Knuckle that is on the flank. It's looking to run a wrap around, but instead they're going to get the call that this should be a save. They're going to see if they can get any exit frags.
It's nice to see at least that even at a level like this, poor sensitivity has to fall, no chance. But even at a level like this, teams still go for that save call. I would almost have expected, right, with streamers and viewers being in play, that they would have been much likely to say, no, we can win this clutch, we can do this. But it's a very sensible call to go for this save, and they get some exit fragged with it as well. Leads to Knuckle, short, losing out a round, but being quick on the return, I think, and having pretty decent weaponry to make this one work so far.
Yeah, also that operator, you don't want to lose it. It's a bit expensive, and we haven't had a chance yet to look at the economy for these teams, so it would be really great if we could, and see in what position they are financially, because they are quite equal in terms of rounds, 4-4, and it's only the first round of the half so far. Once again, they're going for the A site, and it's very similar to what we've seen before. They have a couple of members commit to one site, but at least 1 or 2 are going to a different site to see whether they can find any cracks in the armor. And so far, Scarrow haven't been very successful at doing that. That got me a little scared. I was like, oh, it's an operator shot, but it does a bit damage. It gets hit in the leg. Not a headshot, so that's all right. Mata doesn't land the shots quick enough, and Trincer takes him right out, making it absolutely difficult to get onto any sites as your jet is no longer in play.
Also notice how those smokes keep being used to delay, and how Omen seems to be a key factor in the defense of Knuckle. For now, the aftershock from Breach will miss, but luckily Carol is more on target. Finds a double. Knuckle putting things down, and spike control gained. Means that this round is pretty much locked on in the pocket, even if Scarrow gets the surprise element. Sure, that's a nice exit frag to have, but that's still a 1v4 clutch to pull off. And obviously, we have invited streamers here. They're incredibly skilled people, incredibly talented. So I will always be open to being surprised. With 20 seconds left on the clock, I'm afraid for Scarrow, this will be nigh impossible. As right now, the positions are strong, and it will be the lads from Team Knuckle booking a 5th round on the scoreboard.
Yeah, at this point, it's more a matter of trying to do some sort of damage to their economy, try and take away as many guns as possible. Sure, the round is over, but Scarrow's trying to take it upon himself to do something, but the Knuckles lockdown is now available, and looking at the economy of things, Scarrow not looking the best. This is definitely the round that they really have to win. On the other hand, Knuckle, Scarrow have to win this round. Knuckle, on the other hand, they have resources available to be able to buy for each other. But again, if they win this round, they still have some room for another buy. So because this is such a close game, it's really Scarrow that have put themselves behind. They have the Spectre coming through, the light shields, and it's looking a little worrying. They don't have all their ultimates online, so they're now going to have to try and go for that full rush onto the A side, B side, and that's exactly what they seem to be doing. They're going to be losing Mata in the process. That's already 1 member down, and now it's 4 to go. Carol all by himself trying to hold the site. Doesn't get the trade coming through Scarrow, and look, you're picking one of a piece, but it's Knuckle that they still have to deal with. He gets the first, but Albala comes through with the trade. The Paranoia is going to come out from sides. He is back in Boathouse, but it doesn't matter because they've absolutely overwhelmed their opponents. They get the site, they get the plant, they get the operator, and they get the win.
Absolutely stellar ability usage to come through as well, in my opinion. You saw how everything was set up. You've got Reyna's Leer that came through on that site to take away the vision. You've got the Omen support with the smokes and the light, and everything just seemed to work for Team Scarrow. A great return to see as well after a previous round just didn't go quite as swimmingly. And that's exactly, I think, what Team Scarrow can use right now. But also something that puts them back on that balanced scoreline again. And that seems to be that constant balance that's being created. But Mata will win the battle with the opposing team's jet. A bit of jet-on-jet violence. For now, Mayu makes the entry, finds Berlin as well. And it's starting to look like the Scarrow side is on a roll, having already gotten 3 kills in 5v2. This feels nigh undoable for the last 2 team members left alive on the Knuckle side.
Yeah, once again, they go for that overwhelming numbers advantage, W key pressing gameplay, and NYW is just so good at it. Manages to get a couple of open picks. They also lose their jet in the process, and it just makes it so much more difficult for you to hold on to that site, especially when it's just a duelist holding it. They lost control of Cat quite early on as well. Now it's Carol, the man, the legend, the myth. Is gonna have to go in that 1v5 position, and W takes care of him right away. This is a little concerning for the economy of Knuckle. Good for them. This is going to be the last round and a half, so it does mean that your economy gets reset once you swap onto the other side. But it's a little worrying as to what they're going to be coming with in the last round. You want to make sure that you can at least equalize it, but still, it's 5-7. It's not too bad. All you gotta do is just win that pistol round, win the second round off of that, and make sure that you don't lose too many of your members on that bonus round coming through. But Mata with the operator, he's got it in his hands, and it's worked for him. And once again, Trinster pushing up aggressively, but gonna back away.
Just a little bit of that ability usage to surprise, to delay, but CJ also comes in quite powerfully. Berlin making use of the chaos to push that angle. And I believe that there might even be a chance of some weapon recovery, as currently Team Scarrow, they fall back and they have to reconsider their situation. CJ then comes through thinking, oh yeah, I'll have that Vandal, thank you very much. And Knuckle, at least, having lost 1 team members, it makes things look a little bit better for Team Scarrow as they find themselves in a slightly more fortunate position, but still 1 man down.
Yeah, but Sarsi with these one-ways, though, on these 8 side choke points, just wow. Like, that's definitely an Omen player. Now it's looking like Scarrow want to go for the A side. They don't actually have anyone. They have 1 player holding tree, but no one specifically on site. And as I mentioned that, Carl is like, oh yeah, you're right. Let me just like rotate right through. He's like listening to the cast as we speak, but Scarrow walks right into slicing. Now they're down to 2 members. Still have to go for that plan. They're able to close the door, but it's 20 seconds on the clock, and they're gonna have to get that plan down sooner rather than later. They're gonna be starting planning, but that's the defender's Killjoy ultimate coming through, and it's gonna put them off. They do manage to get 2 picks on the way, but they have 10 seconds on the clock. Unless they plant right now, it's not gonna work. And as he tries to go for it, Knuckle takes him right out. It's now a 1v1, but he's the take. Knuckle is just gonna be able to walk right up to him, takes him out, and that's a thrifty 6-6 on the first half of this map.
Switching sides.
Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful first half that was as well. Down to a chaotic end, down to the wire at that point. And understandable, really, the way that the struggle was there. But it was that Killjoy lockdown coming in the end, really making things work, really bringing the impact. And I think that Team Knuckle gets to be happy that lockdown was still there in the hands of Albala. For now, though, a first half, 6-6. Should we really be surprised about a halftime score like this? I don't think so, right?
Nah, they're very closely matched, and they've been really good at adapting to each other's strategy as it goes along. So it's going to be a matter of whether or not they're going to be able to replicate that on the other sides, considering that it's now swapped, and Berlin just going right in. Util is not put down as of yet, and that's a bloodbath as Malta and YW are holding that meat grinder, but every single team loses equal amount of members. Carol dies, and now just Knuckle in that 1v2. Has some util available, has more than enough time to come through, but he's getting pinchered from both sides.
Luckily, though, he can get away with the spike plant. Will fall back under heaven and just take this position. Also, the swarm grenades that stand at the ready in case there is any pressure. And it seems like the first will be popping off. Albala, however, knows how to deal with that stuff. And he's got the paranoia to come through. Albala should be winning this battle, but it's Scarrow on the refrag instead. Now committing to the defuse. And grabbing that second half pistol round. So the defenders, so Team Scarrow, start with a round advantage. But normally speaking, by the way that this is being going, I would say that Team Knuckle will respond right away with a round of themselves. Although, I'm going to ask you, Genie, do you think that there's a heavy preference toward one side? Which side do you like playing the most when it comes to Ascend? Is that the attacker side or the defender side?
Genuinely, I feel like it does depend on your team comp. I feel like Knuckle, their team composition is much more util focused, so definitely on that defensive side, it's easier for them, but the Reyna and the Jet, the double duelist coming through on the attacking side is going to make it easy for Scarrow as well. So now it's just a matter of overwhelming the sites that have the duelists on them. And as the rounds go through, you're going to have the ability to kind of guess where they're going to be sitting. It looks like it's going to be an A-hit and then it'll be through smoke. Trincer is absolutely out of that picture, and that duelist is going to be entering site for you. He's done his job, but they're now put down and you're in that 3v... Make that a 2! Make that a 0v4 situation as every single member from Knuckle drops.
I felt that, you know, for a moment when you were about to call a 2v4 and then no,
Never mind.
you know, it always happens, right? Then those players just decide, oh no, I'm going to pop off now and actually get all the frags. Haha. A team ace as well for the defending side for Team Scarrow. They at least seem to be more fond of the defending side. Getting a great start on it. There you saw that beautiful kill coming in again. Of course, there was a read on the player's location, which does mean it was a more effortless frag to get than it might have looked like.
So really good coordination in terms of having the util come out and actually being able and having that presence that you are able to pick that kill off and dismiss right away just before they start spamming through the stroke and doing any damage to you, giving them a round's advantage. And that is an absolute beautiful play where you try and wallbang when they're pushing through B main. A bit difficult to deal with, but that player, there was no read on their location. What is going on?
There.
A great question to ask. It seems to be new that just pops off straight away. Such strong mid control. And even though attempts were made, it is all being denied. Mata comes through as well. Vandal just working a charm. Beautiful rifle to have. And you can see the positions that Scarrow has taken on this mid angle. They're going so aggressive. And Neo just keeps popping off with the shots, the taps, and they do the work. Matter to find the other 2 kills in the round. And it is a flawless play from Team Scarrow that I said it just now as well. Apparently that defending side, that works a charm for them. That is what they were waiting on.
There.
Yeah, everyone just walks into his crosshair. They're just holding angles and they just all walk into them. It's like one of the beauties that we've seen from Scarrow's play is that when Knuckle was on the defensive side, a lot of the times they would push out aggressively. They had the combination of the Omen Paranoia with a Jet Dash coming through and they were able to get a couple of peeks. But once you do that time and time again, people are going to be able to read that and you're going to be able to get used to it. They get a read on it. They get accustomed to it. So Scarrow, on the other hand, they've been swapping it around. They play a little aggressive, then they don't, and then they do, and now they are, and Size is ready for that as he gets the first Paranoia is going to be coming out. Doesn't get the second though, because once again, NYW is on his case.
I think, as he should be, right? Just keeps putting in that effort, keeps putting in that impact. For now, though, it will be an actual spike plan to come through. And there's nobody on the site itself. Makes for a very difficult retake that now Scarrow will have to commit to. But Matza starts it off. A great double to come in. New also denying that vision. but the Lear won't connect with anyone. Now the more abilities being used, positions being known, sensitivity to get the kill in and win that eventual battle with only 30 HP left. It'll be a defuse to come on through, and it'll be 10-6, double digits achieved for Scarrow, and that puts them so close to the eventual not only map win, but match win, because we are in the best of one stage as we are facing Group A today, which means that every match will be a best of one. And for me, that always gives off this feeling of there's even more at stake. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you know, you have one map to show things on, and if that doesn't go your way, then oh well.
Oh well, indeed. It's going Scar's way. It was a little bumpy on that attacking side with the Rain and the Jet, which you'd expect to have a bit more of that ability to entry frag. But now that they're on the attacking side, they're actually doing incredibly well, and that is the Odin coming through. It's such a disgusting gun to play with, but it just pays off so well on Ascent specifically. And Albala even getting the kill with the util. Knuckle at this time, they're scrambling for rounds, they're scrambling for guns, they're really trying to get something going, but it's just not working. And Mara with that operator, how crazy! The shots that he's been landing, once he gets that operator in his hands, it's just been game over.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that operator's such an impact weapon, and you can see it again. Looking at that scoreboard, Mata perhaps not on top, but I think definitely part of the important, consistent 3 top fragger, top line. Neil might be on top, but it's only 2 frags of a margin, and Mata coming in close to, of course, the streamer themselves, Scarrow. Definitely a strong start, however, that's still maintained. And there you have Trinsa opening things up. Maybe a change of pace, maybe a change up. But Mata that will have to try to hold the operator, however, not coming into play quite well. And just more tags coming through instead. Recon drone then from Sensitivity. That might make a difference instead, but it looks like Knuckle have got this site down to the very details. Getting the spike plant to come through means that this might just be the first round that they're going to find on the second half.
And this is such an important round to win. They force this round. If they lose this round specifically, they don't have any guns when Scarrow is going to be on match point. So this is do or die for them, because if they lose their guns on that match point round, it's just going to be so incredibly difficult. Fortunately for them, they only lose 1 member, so they will have enough available for them to actually be able to buy for them, and it just also gives them a bit more of that breathing space, because once I saw them forcing on this round specifically, I was very worried. But instead of their classic, you know, send a couple of people to B, send a couple of people to A, try and see whether or not you can force your way onto the site, they just decided to absolutely go for it, run it down, get onto that B side, get the plant, and not give them those isolated 1v1s, not giving them the peaks. It's worked out in their favor, so now they just have to get steamrolling and play off of this and just get that capitalization coming through on that momentum.
Looks like that Blaze Storm can create some momentum as well. Trinsa right on the money, and Cisse in the meantime also coming through. It's already a 3v5. It's already a situation in which Team Knuckle has claimed another site and potentially another round. It does say, however, OP for me, as he gets that frag in Knuckle to fall. And maybe this could still be a successful retake. Abilities will be everything. The Lear not, however, directly denying it, and that spike is counting on down. That is making things difficult, but Neo does come in with the 6 taps. Sadly, though, that seems to be a momentary thing, as Sensitivity can't win that last battle, and Team Knuckle, their return is incredibly strong still.
Yeah, once again, it's that B site where they only have 1 member. It's the Killjoy with that util, but when the knives are available for the Jet, the updraft is there, they're going to be able to get onto the side, they're going to be able to get that initial pick, and that's exactly what happened. You only have 1 member holding it down. It's going to be really easy for them to just run onto it, get those smokes down, just play that post plant, especially because they heard the sound cue coming through from Scarrow that they have that Omen ult, they're going to be teleporting somewhere. And if you know that that's going to be the case, and you know that a lot of members are already not on the site, there's not a lot of reinforcement, and they just feel more than comfortable doing so. And they also seem to be more than comfortable taking out NYW. Praise him time and time again of how instrumental he's been on securing these rounds. But every single time once he's been taking out early, he's just not been able to do what he did before. And couple of members are already dropping. Thijs is going to go through for that repositioning, and it's now looking very difficult for Scar to be able to close out this round. Couple of spamming left and right. It's going to do a little damage, not enough, but they're now in that post plant. And something that it's something that Knuckles specifically have been really good at. Once they get the site under lock, once they have that plant down, they don't give isolated 1v1s. They're not going to try and peek you, and if they do, they're gonna make sure that there's at least a trade coming through, or there's util being used so that they don't go for the dry peek.
Very happy as well, to be honest, to see 1v1s being avoided. It is one of the hands down, I think, most classical mistakes that you can make in a competitive shooter, where you just decide, I'm gonna go for this coin toss, and I'm gonna win this 1v1, and then you fail. And you die, and suddenly an opening is created somewhere, and you can get so much. Well, you give away so much space to that attacking side or that retaking side. A right shame, a harsh reality, and something that luckily the Team Knuckle players seem to have in their mind. The Aftershock is good, but Albala won't immediately be pressured after it.
The question is, how many times scientifically can you win a coin toss, What are the odds? Is it like an actual 50-50, or is there like a bit of a difference, a bit of a gap? Well, so far it's not going to be a gap on the side, but the Hunter's Fury is going to be coming through and destroying the lockdown right away. It's a bit of a chicken and the egg situation. Well, what's going to be first? Hunter's Fury is going to be popped? Are they going to be using the lockdown? Do I hold on to my Hunter's Fury to kill the lockdown? Do I put the lockdown and risk it being killed by Hunter's Fury? Like, what is going to be going on here? And I guess we had the answer to that question today. He's actually been lurking in the smoke. He manages to get 2 absolute clean picks, make that the 3K. So only the Knuckle left, and he's only gonna have to get onto the side playing against 1v4, and it's not gonna be easy for him as Mata is already pushing out aggressively. NYW just using that smoke to his advantage so beautifully. And this why, ladies and gentlemen, you have to make sure that your smokes are not giving the opposing team the ability to lurk, and that you're always looking.
What a beautiful play as well. So happy, by the way, that we've got those replays so that we can just experience that tactical joy one more time. Really, really dirty in a way, you could say, by Neil, but so well done. And gets, I'd say, one of the most impactful triple kills that we've seen in this entire match so far. Again, the aftershock from Breach, but again, it's not directly utilized in my opinion. It would be much nicer to see a far director push after that, but Mata, Albala come in with the first 2 kills, and this might already be it. Just one more round is required, and Mata seems to be committing to the kills at this point. Pushes ahead, gets a little bit greedy. Knuckle punishing, as should for that movement. But it's down to a 2v4 for Team Knuckle. A massive, massive disadvantage. At least their positions are still good, and they don't have to deal with some sort of crazy flanker straight away. You don't see the Reyna on the Scarrow side immediately saying, oh, you know what? No, never mind. I'm going to give up mid, and let's go pressure them on B main. However, the location is revealed for a moment only. The Hunter's Fury is not utilized as Carol goes down. And Knuckle. Oh dear, Knuckle. You're all on your own. You will win a battle with Sensei TV. But immediately, position known. HP 18, armor non-existent. This feels undoable, plus the Omen teleport comes in. Scarrow to kill Knuckle. Oh dear, this would be a befitting ending. But that seems to be it. It is the 13-9. It is the first best of 1. Scarrow versus Knuckle. And Scarrow clearly making a mark with getting that final kill as well. I'm 90% sure that there was a call made like, no, guys, I'm taking this one.
Yeah, leave it to Knuckle as well. Like, that was actually such a poetic ending, streamer. gets rid of Streamer, final kill, final round, and that's how they secure that win. And Scaro walk away with it, and it was a beautiful map. A lot of highlights coming through, and MRW specifically one of those players that just did so incredibly well. Saisi as well on the Omen, Scaro as well. They just really played that Omen aggressively, which is something that I was really hoping to see, and thankfully they gave us that. I do think maybe util could have been used a couple of times more. I feel like a couple of the ultimates haven't really been used as many times as we would like them to, but all in all, like, you saw it like starting off a little shaky at the beginning, but as we were going through, both of teams were just steadying and getting ready.
I think basically a shaky start or a very close start is kind of the thread throughout this match, but that also continued with Team Scaro just playing such a stellar CT side.
Yeah, they did really well on that CT side, but also on the attacking side, they were able to get a couple of rounds in. I feel like you want to make sure that it's as equal as possible when you are playing to your... I wanted to say to their strengths, because on that attacking side with the Reyna and the Jet, you are expecting kind of that. They do have the ability to just dash onto that site, get the paranoia, get the lair, use that util to their advantage. But instead, they were actually really, really good at the defensive side, where they just laid back, waited for them to just walk into their crosshairs. And once, you know, Knuckles' team was actually used to their playstyle, they just instantly flipped the script. They started playing it more aggressively, and instead of waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs, they just caught them out in the mid of using util. We saw it a couple of times. The Sova drone is going to be coming down, and as he's looking at his Sova drone, someone's like walking up right to his face. He's like, "Oh, you're there? Shoot!" So, you know, they were really good at just adapting and just making changes on the fly.
I think that is one of the most important things to be able to do. It's not like you can kind of go over demos here. I mean, maybe if the streamer plays with viewers very often, I guess in theory you could dive into those streams and start researching. And I believe I even saw one of the other streamers from the other groups today in the chat already. So I think that does say a lot. They're keeping an eye out for one another, and they're trying to scout where possible. But I think that you can gain a lot more strength from indeed getting that read in straight away and just knowing, okay, this is how we have to anti-strat our opponent. This is where they usually use their abilities. This is where they usually commit that particular agent. And if you get that down, then you should be fine, and you should be able to keep anti-stratting and to make sure that the players are getting caught out and that eventually you can get the round wins in.
Yeah, and to give you guys some more time for that anti-stratting and that VOD review, we're going to be throwing it to a quick break, and we're going to be back with you shortly as we're going to be heading into game number 3. That's going to be Alexa against Iceman Lucky.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We just finished match number 1. That was Scarer against Knuckle, and we're now ready to head into match number 2. That's going to be Alexa against Iceman Lucky. Last match specifically, it was incredibly close. At the beginning, we really thought it was going to be like a give one, take one, and we were like a little worried about who's going to be taking the win, but it ended up that Scarer ended on top. They took that win in a poetic manner on that final round. And Robert, what were your opinions on that one?
Honestly, I'm still really impressed by the way Scarrow turned it around on that second half. You had a momentary upset, Knuckle, that managed to come back a little bit on it, but Scarrow started off that defending side with, I think, 4 rounds after one another, a solid streak, and that was when Knuckle put in a bit of an upset, but eventually it was Scarrow all the way through, and he made it quite clear that it was definitely his ballpark, his bomb, or well, not bomb site, his, of course, a whole map to claim, whole map to play. And I think that just said quite enough. So that was a beautiful game to see, and a beautiful game to start this entire Streamers League off with, right? You know, still very excited to be here. And also, you know, shout out to HyperX for actually allowing this to be a thing. Exclamation mark HyperX in the chat if you'd like to check that out as well at home.
Yeah, and we saw the first action on Ascent, but question is, what map are we gonna be seeing the second game on? We do have the map picks that are gonna be coming through, and it's Icebox.
Ooh.
Okay, I am incredibly excited about that one specifically. But before I start speaking out of excitement, Robert, how do you feel about Icebox? Ascent wasn't your favorite. Is this one more up to the taste?
I like. This one
Very
gets
good,
a
very
thumbs
nice.
up from me.
Okay.
Yeah, very good, very nice. Absolutely. Now, Icebox, I do know that there's definitely Icebox haters out there, but I actually really appreciate the map. Maybe this is also to do with the fact that IRL, I totally love snow and everything, you know, just give me winter all the time. Might be a bit of a connection between those two things, but yeah, I just really like Icebox. It can be one hell of a map to play, a really tough one on either side at times. But I really like the dynamic that it creates. You know, I think of the zip lines, of the ways that you can push the bomb sites. I feel like as an attacker, you actually get a lot of options granted to you and a lot of movement freedom when it comes to going for either of the sites to plant on.
Yeah, and it's going to be also really interesting to see the agent selection that's going to be coming through on Icebox. You got the Jets, it's pretty standard. Usually people like to run the Reyna back in the day. Back in the day when I was younger, people would play Reyna. No, they still do. Some people still do. But you got the Viper that's coming through. A lot of people feel very comfortable now with Omen on Icebox. You have Chamber as well, which is kind of replacing that Reyna into the meta as like the secondary like operator instead of the jet. You also have the Sage, because some of the Sage walls that you can do on Icebox, whether it's on B sides, regardless of the changes, or on A side, just to give yourself and your team a little bit more of that safety when you're going down for the plant, I think is going to be absolutely crucial. But also, when you're on that defensive side, you have that Sage wall that you can just put up in tube, and you can make sure that kitchen is kind of not really being contested. And you can focus more on helping your team out onto that B side or A side, whichever one you decide to go for. So I'm going to be interested to see what agent selections come through. I didn't expect to see Reyna last game, but what about you, Robert? Are you expected to see Reyna this game? Because that was a little interesting, really, and it popped off.
I would like to see Reyna again. I've always been a fan of the way that Reyna can go for, you know, those entries, go for those battles. The abilities that she has as an agent are really stellar for that, and I think that they allow for Reyna to be a really, really high-paced, really dynamic, and also really powerful agent to play with, because you can get a lot of those, you know, kills. You can get that health buff coming back in. You've got the ultimate. All those kind of things come into play, and they create a very, very challenging, I think, player or challenging agent in Reyna.
Yeah, and we're going to be heading into game as we're going to be figuring out what agents have been selected. We got the Chamber, we got the Jet, we got the Omen, the Sage. We have the Sova as well, but instead of that Sova, it's going to be a Viper coming through from Alexa. And I think both Sova and Viper are such good agents on this map. So not actually having anyone from the side of... What am I saying? There is a Sova as well. It's basically identical. You just have the Omen and the Viper. But I am absolutely confused. But the Omen and the Viper. So we had the changes to the Viper where her toxin does drain out a bit quicker. So it's got to be interesting to see how that's going to be pairing up to the Omen instead. I have seen a couple of teams like running them in conjunction where they have both the Viper, but there is no more Viper and no more Omen. So that point is out the window. We're starting it off quite strong for both teams to getting one apiece.
And ironically enough, that creates the balanced agent output, right? You've got just their respective counterparts. It's a perfect match. Really looking forward to the Chamber plays as well on this one. He is such an aggressive agent. And it feels as if, you know, the majority of his abilities, or at least half of his abilities, are just focused on getting kills with the pistol that comes through, the Headhunter, and the Tour de Force. For now, though, Jorka makes it clear that all they need is a Sheriff. And that works great for them. However, some return does come through. Spike has been planted. Look at the aggressiveness from the defending side, from Alexa's team, as they push ahead. But Jave, he taps that defuse. Eventually will commit for at least half of it. And that is something that he can get away with. Going for the battle, though, is not successful. IML makes it clear that that clutch is absolutely theirs. 1-0 and a great start from Iceman Lucky's team.
Yeah, they make initial contact on to the B side, and once it happens, every single member from the defenders just rushes over. Something pretty classic in the pistol round is when you do see a lot of teams just have 5 members go onto site, and you don't want to have that numbers advantage drag you down, but also you don't want to over-rotate. So the over-rotation coming through is gonna give Iceman just a completely empty site. They were able to plant it. They have the Sage available as well. This makes it so much more difficult to get onto site when you're walling off on A. You're gonna have to rotate all the way around. Then that was a pretty good round coming through. They now actually are gonna be able to get a couple of buys in. Jave wants to go through with the trades, but he doesn't actually end up on top. There is a Sage available, so a heal is always gonna be something that you can get. The Headhunter so far hasn't found anyone's forehead.
Always, you know, when you have someone with a really big forehead, and maybe this is going to sound really mean, but it's I always say a forehead that you can land a plane on. But let's hope for
easiest headshot.
Oh dearie me. Yeah, but, you know, cast and cancel is mean to people with big foreheads. Just like how bots is mean with Jerker getting indeed taken out by the Bulldog.
Your fault.
And Bot seems to be able to commit to this. Slit going down as well. There you have the Sage Wall coming through, and IML to get the plant in 2v4. And Iceman Lucky, they seem to be on a roll so far, making a great start. Catching Alexa out time and time again. Of course, It's always tough to pull off a 2v4 retake, especially with bots just being such a consistent factor with that Bulldog triple kill and IML to get the last. 2-0 for Iceman Lucky's team.
Yeah, that was the easiest headshot coming through with that Marshall just absolutely getting it one-tapped, taking them out of the equation. And the numbers advantage is slowly but steadily secured for Iceman Lucky, and they're able to capitalize off of that. Look, just a beautiful play with the Bulldog. One headshot gets the next. And it's really difficult to play against weaponry when you have those classics available. So one of those rounds that we kind of expected Iceman to be winning, and that's exactly what they did. You know, I just noticed it's Iceman, right? And it's Icebox. So, like, is that like a lucky charm?
Ooh, Iceman, Icebox favor, Icebox advantage. I see it working. I see it working. For now, though, there's a technical pause coming through. Some issue on either side of the players. These kind of things can happen, really, not the end of the world, and hopefully something that gets resolved quickly for them. As things stand 2-0, Iceman Lucky off to a great start. As said before, you said that it's due to it being Icebox, perhaps, but besides that, and besides it being very fitting, very poetic, what else do you think has already come into play for Iceman to make Icebox work as well as it did on their attacking side?
So far, they have really just been able to winning that pistol round, first of all, by sending one member onto B side and having the rest on A. Just they were able to capitalize off of that over rotation coming through from Alexa's team. They did that beautifully. They got that pistol round, and then you go into the second round. You have those superior buys, and of course that's going to be working. But now I actually get to see the buys that are going to be coming through from Alexa. Every single person except Slick is going to be having light shields, which is a little concerning. However, you know, you have Spectre as a sheriff and a Bulldog in the mix, so it's not going to be too difficult for them. But again, this round, Alexa's team have to win it, because otherwise their economy is absolutely in the gutter. They don't have anyone really that close to their ultimates either. It's 3 points for bots to be able to get those knives online, so even if they are put on an eco round, it's really good for them. They have those knives available. Whereas Jerka, they still need a total of 4. That's right? 7 minus 3 equals 4. Someone help me with maths, because I will say it on every single broadcast. It is not my thing. I'm okay. Okay, good. So they still need 4 points to be able to get their ultimate online, which is knives. And you're not going to get that next round. The next round, if you lose this one, is going to be that eco round. So they really need to make sure that this is the round where they actually get the win, just so that they can get their economy on check.
Absolutely. So important. And I feel like for Iceman, that bonus round vibe that this one carries, it just makes them perhaps a bit of a more fragile team altogether. So for Alexa, I see a slight advantage based on that equipment, based on that weaponry. But that light shield, or those light shields, yeah, still a definite issue, and something that I wonder is going to affect them come into play. For now, though, I'm not seeing direct issues. Jerka, however, quite low on HP, but hey, you've got a Sage, and Sage can provide healing. Sage can make all the boo-boo go away. For now, though, it is just Sova left, and I'm afraid that this will be the fated Alexa round to come through. Quick on the return, and once again, perhaps that dynamic being established of a 2-0 going to perhaps a 2-2.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible, but also
left.
Iceman, they should be having enough reserves available to be able to get a full buy. Next round, they lost every single one of their guns, except there's one player standing. But so far, Alexa really have made sure that this round specifically, there is no over-rotation. So once again, we see the Omen go onto mid, goes towards that B site, does get taken out. But instead of that pulling every single member from Alexa towards the B site, they actually hold put and wait for information, which Jerka was able to get perfectly, because they pushed out really aggressively onto Belt on A site. They heard not one, but 2 footsteps, and if you do the maths, you know there's already 1 member down, 2 are going to be on A. That means that there's only 2 members left, and most likely with the buy that they have coming through, it's not going to be a split. They want to go onto one side, they want to get the plant down and get a bit more money for that plant, and they're not allowed to do that either. But this time around, we only see 1 light shield coming through. There's basically incredibly equal footing on that economy, on the firepower that they have available. So this is the round to look out for. If there's going to be a lot of big mistakes made this round, it's going to be a little worrying for the team who does make them. But one does get spotted out.
Revealing area.
And it's looking this time around that, once again, they haven't actually made up their mind as to where they want to go. They get the tag out. They're going to be able to run back to safety, and the Sage goes to the kitchen, is going to be able to heal herself up. And instead, IML is the one putting down.
Headshot.
I do wonder in the meantime,
One
as
enemy
bots
remaining.
can commit to that double, you had Chambers still being out there, standing there. Maybe a slight technical issue that was still present or something. He is out of the map anyway. And for now, it leaves just Xavitan starting to look like Team Alexa will be clearly advantaged. A 3v1 should undoubtedly be winnable, especially when Jerka gets a 4K in, by the way. A great performance. And you can already see Jerka at the top of the leaderboard in that sense. Economically, it's now a more struggleful situation that Iceman finds themselves in. The team just barely has any weaponry. You've got bots and IML that have a little bit of margin to buy some heavy armor, for example. But after that, you're going to enter a ballpark in which you have to say, okay, what else are we going to buy? Because we shouldn't really buy anything else.
Yeah. And also when you look at the util that's available, so it's one orb for the res. It's going to be one orb for the 100 sphere. The knives are already online, so that might be something that you want to be putting through, and instead of, you know, trying. But also it then brings that question, the matter into question of, do you want to actually go for those orbs, want to get those ultimate online and invest all the util that you have spent the last 4 rounds accumulating into that eco round, or do you want to hold on to it and use and just try and do as much damage as you possibly can into that economy round, and then try and use that util in the later rounds and just really solidify your position and solidify your ability of getting that plant down?
I'm always a big fan of going for maximum damage on eco round, because you kind of know it's very unlikely that we will actually get an entire round win out of this. If you do get a round win, you know, you get those extra points, right? You do get that. You can give yourself that tap on the shoulder like, oh yeah, good job me, because you actually managed to completely turn a situation. But it is statistically very unlikely. And I believe that if you're playing for that eco round, just go for damage, go for weapon recovery. Maybe if you can save out a Vandal or two, something like that, that could also be really powerful. But altogether, I don't expect teams to pull off the craziest things on eco round. It's a round in which you can sort of expect, okay, they're going to take their time, they're going to have a moment, just like how we're currently having a bit of a moment. As you can see, the players in the Alexa spawn crouching along with each other. We're just waiting for a technical pause, which will hopefully be solved within a few seconds, although that might be a little bit enthusiastic. Make it a few minutes, shouldn't be too long, and before you know it, we'll be able to get back into this party, into this beautiful best of one. Of course, the first group stage that we're seeing today, Group A. We've already had a banger of a first match. This is the second one. Have you already made up your mind on who you want to win this one? Can I ask for that caster bias? Can I ask for your
the caster bias? So I feel like Team Alexa at the beginning, they really came through with those over rotations, but once they held off on that, they were able to win 2 rounds in a row. So even that round where both of these teams were equally matched in terms of firepower, they still got that win. So it's looking pretty good for them on this defensive side. You do have, you know, the Viper, you have the Sage, you have the Chamber, you have the Sova. So in general, there's a lot of util for you to be playing around with. And again, the question here is going to be, how are you going to be using your util? So you know you're going to have eventually that Viper Pit that's going to be coming online. You're going to have Tour de Force that's going to be coming online as well. So are you going to be using these to solo hold sites? Are you going to be using them actively or reactively? That's the question that I'm really looking forward to see how these teams are going to be performing, because at the end of the day, that util that you have available, you can either force the opponents to play your game, or they can force you to play theirs. And it's always going to be better if you can force them to play your game, because you have the upper hand, you have that strategy set out, you know how you want to continue. And I think also this technical pause particularly, it's going to give both of those teams like just the ability to like calm down a little. You know, when you're in these tournaments, it's always going to be a lot of pressure on you and there's going to be a lot of adrenaline running through your body, but it's just a matter of really controlling that and making sure that you're not making any rushed decisions and rushed plays once you get into the round. Because if you do, like we saw the first rounds, we saw that over-rotation coming through quite quickly from Alexa. They lost that pistol round. And it's one of those rounds where it's Valorant at the end of the day. If you lose a round or two back-to-back, just that momentum is gained by the opposing team, and they can actually absolutely steamroll you. English is a little bit difficult today. They can absolutely steamroll you with
no
it.
Worries, no worries.
And yeah, so it's only 4 rounds in. It's very equal 2-2, but I am a little worried from the side of Iceman Lucky, because once they did have that equalized playing field, they weren't too great at capitalizing off of it. So we did mention, however, that it could be that one of the players disconnected because they kind of just like stood still on the middle of B side, which is always a little awkward, but they're now going to be on the eco round, and they can. It happens, you know, like even when you're not disconnected, sometimes you're just thinking about other things. More like, I don't know, dinner, lunch.
I was about to say, you're looking ahead and already discussing the plans. Like, oh, right, I'm DC'd. Oh, well, I guess I'll just start looking ahead. But by the looks of things, speaking of looking ahead, we can actually look ahead to the 5th round commencing. We're back in the game, ladies and gents, and we see that tube wall coming on up, and we see these teams facing off against one another once more. Alexa team very heavily committed near and to that mid/B side, but Sabotan comes in. Beautiful shock dart. Jerk, however, going so aggressive. Finds 2, can get 3. No, Jarv stole a kill there. But with some effort, the 3rd will come through. The spike will be down, and the defenders, Team Alexa, will get their 3rd round in. 3-2 with some delay. Team Alexa makes its mark again. They grab the advantage, and I think that says a lot for the upcoming round. Although right now in this upcoming round, Iceman should also actually have a buy on their hands, and by the look of it, I did see plenty of handballs there over yonder, so that is going to look very good for them and give them equal chances against their opponents.
Those are classic anti-eco, where instead of you waiting for them to just overwhelm the site as 5-man, you just absolutely run it down, rush right into them, take out every single player in your way. You know you have the better firepower, but Jurka also seems to be having the better aim. Bots has been putting down right away. It was a Venom against Phantom debate, and if Jurka was actually to get dinged, I would have been like, wow, that's actually really sad. But the ball is going to be coming up, and so is the rest. Hunter's Fury is going to come through, trying to clear Jurka out of his position onto the backside. He's going to have to do a little bit of a happy dance. He's going to manage to dodge the usual, but doesn't dodge Kraken's bullets. Going to be taken down, and that is a jet out. Pop is going to be coming through. Kraken is going to be taken down himself. Phoenix gets to 2k already, dwindling the numbers from Alexa. It's now a 2v4 situation. Iceman Lucky going to get the spike down there in post-plant position. They have some of that util still available. Excel goes for the swing, but it's not enough. Slick is the only man standing, takes one down to the grave, but is now on a 1v3. He has an incredible mountain to climb if he wants to make sure that it actually goes his way. He can also call for a save if he feels comfortable to do so, but Zavatan won't allow him, and it's now equalized once again in 3v3. Iceman Lucky against Alexa.
I think this says a lot about the team of Iceman Lucky, that the moment they get a buy on their hands, they are immediate in finding their return. They are immediate in putting that pressure back on and claiming a round again. Being able to do that shows you just need to have that economic momentum going your way, and once that's covered, once that's in the pocket, as I like to call it, things are okay. You've got it sorted. You can get the decent weaponry to fight with. As Jerker there, by the way, made a nice... I know the word for it in Dutch, parallel, but I don't think it's the same in English. Very unfortunate. A symbol
Parallel
against
parking?
the wall. Parallel parking? No, yeah, no, never mind. I'm not even going to try, actually. English is not difficult for you. It's also difficult for me today. Very ironic, but oh well. Jarv, he starts things off. The Tour de Force, clearly putting down the force. 5v3, and Team Alexa with a solid lead so far. Not letting Iceman Lucky's team anywhere near a spike site.
I'm just waiting for them to go to Iceman and be like, oh my god, they're on Iceman. Iceman is on Iceman. That would be really funny. But we're going to have to wait for them to be on the defensive side to be able to do so. As for now, they are attacking. They're going on to the B side. Zorka's actually on Iceman. Gets the first pick with that operator. Now it's just a couple of members standing. Javi with the tour de force. You know, you can't escape 2 operators, okay? That's absolutely disgusting to play against. And how are you even gonna do it? You have the smokes available from the Omen, but other than that, who's gonna be cutting off your line of sight? Just look at how beautiful and how quick Jerka is with that operator. That is incredible.
Stellar plays and everything done by the long-range rifles in that one. Jerka and Jave both just standing on top, and deservedly so. But Jerka,
want to play?
a clear
Let's
advantage
play.
there on that leaderboard. Somebody that is not carrying yet per se, that is outperforming the rest of the team perhaps. However, Jave makes a play to return it. However, Kraken makes it clear, if you've got a tour de force, I can get one too. And so he will
The
try
beauty
to
of
get
mirror
more of
comms.
those entries. Absolutely. Absolutely. Although it seems like right now they've held off a little bit on the B side, being caught out somewhat and waiting for the rest of the team to find more entries. But Alexa, Team Alexa even, they're actually playing it pretty defensively for now.
And I think that's the right call to make. You know, there's a tour de force available. You don't have the smokes coming through. Yes, you have the Viper, but the wall has already been invested, so you don't actually know where they're going to be pushing through. You cannot really cut off those lines of sight. And let's be honest, there's nothing worse than peeking dry into an operator, or if anything, a tour de force. I feel like that animation is just so incredibly quick. And it just gives the team too much of an advantage. Instead, Omi Smokes are going to be giving them a little bit of a breathing space, as King does pick up Alexa, and now it's just equalized in terms of the players available. 1 HP because the Decay is going to be doing the job, and it actually does finish a proc, and there's no plant going down. With 16 seconds on the clock and the Hunter's Fury being popped, it's now or never for things to be able to take out the rest of the players, because they don't have enough time to plant unless they do it in the next second, which they don't, because now it's only 1 player left. Gets taken out, puts out of his misery, and that's a 2-round lead coming through for Alexa.
Absolutely, and this seems to be the kind of dominance that we were waiting for. Alexa as a team need to now commit to this, move further on in that defending side, and keep the advantage on their side as well. I think if you can start moving further, and you can see this, by the way, previously Team Alexa had already gotten a 3-round streak down, but if they can keep all of this flowing, the Creds, they are starting to move out of their boundaries. You know, they're moving towards the cap. Team Alexa is in a position where they can keep a lot going, where they can keep a very solid advantage. And that's just what they have to do right now. What also pops up right now is a technical pause. Our apologies, but there seem to be some issues with one of the players. These kind of things, they do sadly happen. There's not much that we can do about it, but sadly, wait this one out and hope that the issues will be resolved soon enough. In the meantime, obviously,
casters start the game.
No,
now,
we say
casters
right now.
start the game.
We boom, you know, like yeah, Jeannie, I've actually got to tell you something secretly.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
a server rack right here next to me, and I've just been hitting a on
Start
and
the
off
game.
button. Yeah, just to
Stop doing that.
Not really though. Not really though. If I would never do that. That would be very mean.
You would never start the game?
No, what? No. Oh no, my words are being so misrepresented. Dearie me. So mean.
Well, thank you
So
for
mean.
starting the game, Robert.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I had that mad power. In the meantime, though, for the people at home, in case you're waiting right now, there is a lovely chat command that you can put in, !HyperX. And look at that, plugging HyperX, that seemed to have solved the issues. Well, that's just something to keep in mind for us for the next technical pause. Definitely worth giving a look at that. But for now, let's take a look at the next round as well, where Jerka makes an attempt for the next round, but misses 2 OP shots. Perhaps not so OP after all. But luckily, Jave comes into play. Kraken to full Jerka, 3rd time's the charm. And Jave also is dead set on continuing. Axel with that healing support. A 3v2 being created, but the attack is nowhere on the site yet, and Axel being able to commit to a res. Very important, and that does mean the defense has just gotten quite a bit stronger again. And that right now, with 50 seconds on the clock, give or take, Iceman Lucky's team is in a, not bit of a pickle, but in a bit larger of a pickle, really. Not looking very favourable in this situation. And with Jerker getting the frag, it is done and dusted in my eyes. Unless we can get the craziest 1v4 clutch ever from IML. He does make a great start for it, but Jerker denies it eventually. Triple kill. And the defenders, Team Alexa, getting the 6th round in, standing 6-3, double the amount of rounds of their opponent.
So my question here is, how exactly does Jerka warm up to play that operator? Because these shots don't miss. Sure, the first 2 didn't connect, but those last 2 runs were absolutely beautiful. And he's had such a tremendous impact on that operator. He's even going to be full creds next round. He's sitting on 7,850 creds, which is incredible. 16 kills and 3 deaths. That operator hasn't left his side. They're literally holding hands. They're best friends, and it's working for them incredibly well. Bladestorm is gonna be popped though this time, and he also have them available, and doesn't need them though because an operator is his best friend instead. And I mentioned it just now, but it's just ridiculous to see how well this man can be able to get those picks. He's gonna get a couple of tags on him, but Java actually on the other side of the map does get traded out, and this time we're seeing the spike being rotated towards B because they realize Java's on the side, there's absolutely nothing we can do.
That's pretty much the idea, right? You've got either Jerker or Java, and both of them are such a problematic factor. Now Jerker getting another chance, finding the shot with the operator. Kraken felled, as I'm sure many a mighty sailor has once done in the famous tales of the Kraken. For now, that creates a 4v2. Jerker pulling up the knives, again the Blade Storm, and going for the updraft, but being kicked out of the air by Xavatan. Pop, however, will be able to return this, and the defuse to come through by Slick after a kill. It was actually a fake, a tiny little fake, that baited out the player and that gave Slick the chance to go for the frag, and now get that defuse in 7-3. And it seems as if Team Alexa has really found their vibe on a 4-round streak so far already.
Absolutely incredible gameplay coming through. They're so good at just waiting patiently. Once they know that Iceman Lucky have that full buy available, they don't want to push out aggressively. They want them to walk into their crosshairs because they have that operator available. In the meantime, you have that B side, you have the Chamber and the Viper that are pretty good at solo holding, but they're also good at just holding together. Get that initial pick, they just teleport. The Chamber just teleports right out, and it's just giving those numbers advantage all across the map. It's not just you're losing members on one site, you're losing members on both. And this time, Iceman, they're gonna have to come up with a plan to stop doing so because their economy isn't looking the best. And now the Viper Pit's online, completely cutting off access towards B main. And Rika's gonna be pushing out aggressively. The teleport is gonna come through. He's gonna take Crocodile, gonna dash away, but IML was ready. He's gonna be coming through with that rest. So all the hard work from Jerka is gonna be nullified. Hunter's Fury is gonna be popped as well. Is not gonna find any initial tags, but takes Alex out of the game. Axela is no longer available in this round. Makes it a 2v3. They still have enough time to go for the plant. Viper's Pit has been on B side, so they know that the Viper is going to be lurking and staying towards that. They want to keep that Viper's Pit online. And instead, they're going to look towards the A side. This time, they've made they have changed up their pace a bit more, and it's actually worked out in their favor. Pop so far, the only one available. It's gonna come through with the recon darts. It's gonna get a scan through. They now know which players are positioned where. Snakebite's gonna force Xavatan out of his position after the spike has been planted, and now IML's looking to put a ring around the Rosies. Operators still looking at Nest. They're gonna tap the spike. It's gonna be IML. So going with that Spectre, making it so much more difficult for them to actually go with the defuse. And Slick is on a hunt! Finds IML, and the defuse is gonna be coming through, putting Alex 2 points closer to double digits.
Absolutely stellar performance again, and even when you'd say this looks to be a round for Iceman, it turns around anyway. And I'd say with these plays, you can see it in the replay, there was a situation in which Iceman's team was advantageous, but I believe the recon bolt that came out from Pop gave that one critical scan, gave away certain positioning, led to a balance being created, a 2v2. And from there on out, sure, it went 1v1, it got close, but it was still Team Alexa that got back on top. And right now, I would not be surprised if they managed to get the 9-3. Let's find out, because we are entering the final round of the first half.
So, Robert, does that mean you believe in curses? I believe in Zaveton's shot dart, though. He's been getting kills with those everywhere.
I don't know. I don't trust me. The caster curse, it's totally fake. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Totally not holding my wooden desk whilst I say this. As Jerker finds a frag on PHN in the meantime, it stands 4-4. It could still be a toe-to-toe battle, so it seems. And I think that right now the next pick will mean a lot. It's Jave to find out. Bots has got that tour de force ready. Wow, I went a little bit French there, actually, on my pronunciation.
Ready.
Because, well, ready. Oh, he has the tour de force, huh? Very good. For Team Alexa, though, a one-man advantage. I'm such a terrible person. I'm so sorry, people, that you have to put up with me. As now the plant can't be committed to. The spike is still in a bit of an awkward position and will be rotating completely towards the spawn instead. And
The
then
pop
the ace
is
will be
ready.
attempted, but yep, he's got that angle on mid. He can call that cross. Means the rotation from Team Alexa will be swift. Will be on time. Another critical, I think, shock dart by the looks of it. Recon bolt also being ready.
10 seconds
and IML
left.
committing to a plant, not giving Bob an
Spike
angle.
planted.
But in the nick of time as well. Jave, though, he comes in, takes out his counterpart, the Kraken. And IML will find the frag in the meantime, but the tour de force is strong. The 3K already for Jave. But the 4K is a little bit too much to ask. Savitan gets his own triple instead. And it will be Jerker on that retake, the top fragger by far. Should be able to do this by skill, but will he be able to actually find out his opponent? That is the more challenging factor in the time. Also comes in, makes noise, has to commit soon enough, and will pop a cloud burst. But there's the recon bolt, gives the position away. Time is ticking, Jerker, now or never. But the high ground, and look at the way Savitan plays around this, gets a 4K, the clutch. And it seems, Genie, that you were right. It seems that right now I did kind of curse that final round result, and then we will see the 8-4 halftime instead of the 9-3.
That final play coming through from Zaveton was actually so crucial to winning them the last round specifically, because he's playing a ring around the roses. You already have the spike planted. There's absolutely no reason for IML or for Kraken to be peeking the rest of the team. You know where they're going to be coming from. You heard their footstep. They did not press shift. You even have the recon bolt available that's going to give you the opportunity to scan them once they are onto site. Zaveton keeps his cool, plays that ring around the rosies, throws out the shock dart to throw off Jerka just a little bit longer. And that's just going to buy them enough time for that spike to detonate. But once Jerka starts feeling that pressure, he feels like he really has to go for the play and really has to take out that player. And Zaveton can hear it, saw him, exactly knows where he is, takes that gunfight in the last couple of seconds. Jerka once again with that Sheriff, starting it off absolutely beautifully. One player already down. There's no smokes available from the side of Iceman. Lucky, the Sage Wall is going to be put down to give some safety for the plants. Plant's going to come through, and two players on Iceman are going to be looking to rotate. Bots does get the first pick coming through. Sheriff, couple of shots, don't quite connect, but Javi and Jerka once again making sure that they do with the Headhunter and Sheriff in hand. He's gonna tap the spike. IML looking to go for that fake, but it's being found out, and both of these players are just cracked. That's all I'm gonna say, cracked. I don't even know what else to say at this point.
No, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I think, honestly, right now, I would be so afraid if I ran into either Jet or Chamber if I was playing that defending side, right? Iceman Lucky, yeah. I think they just have to realize, okay, guys, if we can kill Jet or Chamber, we've got the round. But that is so tough because they are playing such a strong game. Yeah, I mean, 23 and 16 kills from Jerka and Jave, respectively. They are so much higher up compared to the rest. Insane. Really insane. And I look forward to more of their plays. I fear for Iceman Lucky's team that there might even be double digits in play for Alexa. But last time I said something like that, it went the other way around. So let's see how this round will pan out altogether.
Jave did hear the audio coming through from Zavatan. He's also now going to see the shock dart, so he knows where he's going to be peeking from. Zavatan's still not aware. Does get the pick off, but Phoenix is ready to come through that trade. Has that shorty available instead, but in the meantime, as all those shenanigans have been happening in kitchen, the plants has already gone down. Now it's going to be a matter of retake. Jorka takes a 2k, Pop takes one of himself.
Okay.
That is a clean round coming through. Fastest round in the West. Spectre go burr. Players are out.
Oh, and so it went, it seems. Just, you see Team Alexa, they go onto the site, and in about the blink of an eye, 4 kills are found. Boom. And that decides your entire round, right? There's no getting around that fact. Iceman Lucky's team, in that regard, find themselves just caught out time and time again, and even if you've got a pretty strongly performing top line of players, right, Xavatan bots, it just doesn't match the level of Team Alexa. Bots this time, perhaps, then with the OP angle, although that's usually a spot that people know nowadays. I mean, if I know it from my competitive matchmaking, then let me tell you, most people know it, because my elo is terrible. But now, Churka moving in ahead, but the knives will only connect a little bit, not get a frag. Keeps trying, only has 1 knife left, and that makes for a tough situation. As right now, Jave commits, gets the first kill in, Kraken to fall, IML then to fall back. And the Vandals for now have to do the work, but Jave, he is strong, slick with the follow-up. Xavatan getting caught out, Recon Bolt. That will at least give 1 scan perhaps, and so it seems like it, but the read is difficult. There's not a real advantageous position that he can find himself in to go for the battle instead. And he gives noise cues. PH and K, however, he can come through. Xavatan to found a kill, but Slick to return. 1v2. The time is ticking. Jerka holds a perfect angle with the Sheriff. I needn't even be surprised that he got the headshot at that point. It is just as expected. 11-4, Team Alexa. They're on a roll. And just look at the insane streaks that they've been putting down. 5 rounds, then 1 round of upset by Iceman Lucky. Boom. 3-round streak in return. It's as if someone, you know, just
took it personally.
Was a little bit mean to you, and you just go on a tirade against them. Like, no, there's no way. How did you do that? And blah, blah, blah. Anything like that.
He's like, and I took it personally, but this is kind of one of those points that we mentioned earlier on as well. You're playing against the Chamber and the Jet. It's like, if you take out the Jet, the Chamber is available, and that's one of those things that we saw last round specifically, as Jet was in a bit of an awkward position, and Chamber just said, oh, you know what, it's fine, you go reposition, I'm just gonna take a couple of picks, and Slick takes one for himself, the shorty in hands, not gonna do anything for bots. Pop takes him out. Jerka again surviving with 1 HP, making sure he's covering the bases for his team. IML, 20 HP left, does manage to get the pick off with the classic Jave with the Headhunter. Again, has Jerka's back. Like, this is incredible. You get rid of one, another one pops right up, and Kraken and Pop gonna be on the trade coming through. Attackers win, and that's match point for Alexa.
Not a big surprise, really. It's Team Alexa that is just going in time and time again. And whilst you can't see the leaderboard right now, economically, Iceman Lucky seems to be in a decent enough position. I mean, we look at the players and we see rifles are there. You've got the operator. Admittedly, bots, no heavy armor, just light armor. And you do wonder if there's only light armor. Has there been skimped out on abilities, perhaps? There's a few things coming into play, a few things to consider. But for now, let's just see how this Team Alexa side push will go. And if they can just deal with IML, they will already gain so much control of this area. Recon Bolt is good. Gives away IML's position. And, oh, the Hunter's Fury. It is deadly. That's the kill found.
It is furious.
It's, oh my lord. Help, people, help. This is my co-caster. No, just kidding, just kidding. She's the best. For now, 3v3, and I'd say a situation in which Iceman Lucky's team, they can pull this back. You've got Jave. He is actually having to fall back altogether. And Kraken with this mid angle. This is a very, very standard position. It should almost be checked. That's how default it is. And it seems to be. Definitely some pressure put down on Kraken. And right now, oh, no way. Oh, that's a bad call. I saw it at the same time. And oh, this is a tough spot. At least the top fragger for the Iceman Lucky side is responsible for the B side defense, but he's going to have to win a battle with the legendary
one enemy remaining.
Jave, but never mind, no problem. Kraken and Savitan, they both get a kill in. It stands 5-12. Iceman Lucky extending for now, but this is tense. This is such a tough spot that Iceman Lucky's team is in.
You know, it's really funny. They pulled the Uno reverse. They faked the fake. And unfortunately, it didn't work out in their favor. It would have actually been incredible if they had enough time to get that plan down. But they left Savitan at yellow. They kind of, I feel like, were expecting it to maybe be fake in the fake, because they did have a couple of seconds to spare. They read it perfectly, and on the other hand, Alexa's team wasn't fully expecting it. They ran into Savitan, didn't even check that corner, actually. Didn't even get as far as to be able to check that corner, so it didn't work out in their favor. But now they're still on match point. They're still only one, and again, Savitan with those shock darts. He's so good at starting off the round by getting a pick with a shock dart. You don't even see him and you're already dead. Like, how is that even legal? How is that possible? I don't know. This guy is a geometry, mathematics, trigonometry legend, I guess. Every single time and time again. Absolutely great to see coming through from these players. And the plant has been going down. The stage wall is going to give them some sort of protection, but there's a little crack in the wall, and Kraken capitalizes off of it perfectly. Alexa coming through with a kill of herself, but Bots whips out the classic, and that is Alexa down. It's now a 2v3 situation. All they have to do is buy as much time as humanly possible. Slick looking to play for those lineups, as he does have the snake bites available. There's only one player left, but Bots, he was not expected to be pushed up that fast forward, and the spike is going to come through. There's not going to be enough time for that defuse, but what a beautiful round. What a beautiful use of util to just stall it for as long as possible.
I'm still a little bit flabbergasted by that last round. You know, for the people thinking, why has he got such a weird expression on his face? Like, I was looking at the Vibe players thinking, oh, this round is actually lost. But never mind, that doesn't seem to be the case. And we've got some more highlights coming through in the meantime to look at this beautiful, beautiful matchup that we've seen. Right now, I think that this is one of the more dominant showings that we've seen. Team Alexa, whilst in the beginning it looked as if Iceman Lucky's team had a sort of toe-to-toe situation created, the moment Team Alexa got on a roll on that defending side, and later on that attacking side just as much, it already felt kind of done and dusted. I think that it came down to, whilst it was also ability usage, it was also a lot of work put in by by Jay, because those two players, I mean, they were the top fraggers by far, and they completely destroyed their opponents.
Yeah, and they also had such a good synergy in terms of what angles on which sites they will be holding, just to make sure that both of them aren't on the same site or watching the same angles at the same time, which I think is incredibly important to have in these matchups. Specifically, you're playing this isn't like solo queue. This is more like you're a bit more of a team environment rather than just regular Valorant comp, and having that communication available with your team and having those strategies in place was beautiful. And we saw that specifically on that final round. Like, Slick was playing so far back in terms where he wasn't able to actually help his team with the gunfights, but he had the util available. He had that poisonous cloud available. He had the snake bite available as well, and he was able to just launch them right at the final seconds. And although you go hunting for that Viper to get those lineup Larrys out of the game, it's absolutely impossible to do so, because once that plant is down, and that's just the beauty of Viper, if she still has a util available, which most of the times they do because they only use those Viper walls to actually cut off those lines of sight, it's really, really difficult to deal with them because you're on site fighting the 2 other members, but they're just chilling on the back. Like, okay, so mathematically, if I align my cursor with this little pixel here on the screen and I click it, it actually should land on a bomb, and that's exactly what happened, and they weren't able to get that defuse through. And it's something we've seen time and time again, specifically coming through from Alexa's team. They also were really good at learning from their mistakes. So the biggest mistake we saw them do was that over rotation in the first round, where they had first contact with one of the players and they all just ran onto site. But at the end of the day, like, it's Valorant, not sometimes it's happening. Yes, sometimes every single member is on the pistol round on one side, but sometimes it's a little bit of a fake, because those mental games are always going to be in play. And they actually learned from that mistake, and they didn't do that again. So that was pretty good.
I mean, and that's what we like to see, people learning from their mistakes. Isn't that just not only a Valorant lesson, but a life lesson to take with you, right? If you can constantly be dynamic like that, and if you can keep outwitting your enemy, I think that also kind of shows a bit of a ranking difference here. Because honestly, if I look at the teams, if I look at the performances, I get the impression that Team Alexa was much quicker on the uptake as well. They were much faster to see, oh yeah, we did this wrong, boom, fix it straight away, and just make sure that their enemy doesn't have much of a chance. And I think that those kind of things really come into play. That is what will define you, because as you said before, this isn't a completely structured environment. Yeah, sure, I assume that these people have pracked, and these teams, they were decided beforehand, absolutely true. But it's not as if these people are in an actual professional team constantly playing every day, pracking like 6-7 hours or what have you, or being in a boot camp or anything of the likes. So that is a factor that comes into play. That does mean that you have to kind of apply that more easygoing, smooth-going style of Valorant. But I think that so far we've seen teams do that really well.
Yeah, and we're also going to be applying that easygoing, smooth vibes of ourselves as we're going to be heading into a very quick break, as we'll be back shortly to look at game number 3 of the evening. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
icebox, and we're now back to the desert on Ascent, so it's kind of like a little bit of a difference in terms of weather, climate, and also in terms of action, because the last game that we saw Scaro actually play on this map, it took them a while to really rev up those engines and just go straight for that finish line, whereas when we're looking at Alexa's team, it was a little blip in the first 2 rounds, but then they just like went and popped off.
I think that's the best way to put it, right? A little blip and then just boom, Team Alexa was there and they absolutely decimated their opponent. I do wonder just right now how it's going to pan out in this map, because you've got Scaro. They've shown that they know how to play Ascent. They've proved it and they've actually played really well on it. But as we move ahead, I wonder how Team Iceman Lucky will actually be able to face off against them. Is this going to be a case in which Iceman Lucky will be better than Scaro, but not better than Team Alexa? Or is this going to be a case in which Team Iceman Lucky will be worse than Alexa and worse than Scaro? That's the question that I'm putting out there.
That's a $1 million question. We'll find out on the next episode, which is actually going to be happening right now, as we're going to be heading right into game. Ascent is where we're going to be starting, and Kraken locking in that KO, which means that Iceman Lucky, they're gonna be on the defensive side. Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, indeed. As they stand in their positions, KO, definitely a fun agent to play as well. I think an agent that allows for a lot of, I think, incapacitating enemies as well with the suppression of your abilities. I think KO gives a great chance to deny pressure and to hold enemies back where necessary. For now, though, KO won't be doing all that much because the enemies are coming through the B main area. Now, IML falls back toward the site as the Sage Wall will at least hold some things off, create a bit of a funnel for PNH to start fragging people through. But the wall will be destroyed eventually. And that push ahead will come. Jet with the dash, but PNH to get that kill anyway. Albala, however, finds a return. It's a 4v4 so far, but the pistol round commences further. Neo, however, we saw that play before really popping off. Gets a double this time, but Bots finds one of his own, and that is Sensitive. 1v2, quickly moving back to the A site, and that's the absolute right call to make. Because if you can at least get away with the spike plant, that is some extra cash in the pocket. But maybe a 1v2 after plant isn't that much of a challenge to pull off.
Yeah, let's just start about dissecting this round a little bit. And I want to start off with that KO knife that has been thrown out from Team Iceman Lucky. They throw out the KO knife onto A main, and they actually figure out that there's not a single player that is heading for A main. So as that comes through, the Sage Wall instantly goes up from IML. They're gonna be able to close off those entrance onto B main. They even have the Sova Recon Bolt that tags out 3 players in total, which actually allows every single person to rotate in time. And Zavatan is going to be taking out that last player. They're going to be getting that diffuser, but that was absolutely incredible use of util coming through from Iceman Lucky with the KO knife, with the Sova Dart, with the Sage Wall, just to buy enough time and spot out as many players as early on as possible to really get those rotations through and to really be able to say, okay guys, it's not a fake. Like, we're not getting, it's not a faking a fake, it's not an Uno reverse card, y'all need to be here like yesterday.
It's real. And reality, well, it often catches up with you. And the reality for Scaro is also a not-so-advantageous buy.
Scanning ahead.
It's Iceman Lucky, on the other hand. They stand with decent weaponry, feeling like it's going to be a bit of a bonus round for them, I think. But also easy pickings with the eco-frags. The bonus round really comes after this one. Let's see, though, where those first kills will fall. As Bots, quick on the read, a great double, but the ammo's a factor. Dashes back and tosses the Cloudburst to actually survive. But New still fragging out a teammate. Trying to go for the next battle, but getting caught out somewhat. And not winning the fight with PHN. As Neil goes down, it stands 2v4. It's a pretty strong disadvantage for Scaro. And it does look as if this round will not be theirs anymore. Last player caught out, locked out. And Kraken will actually take the kill along with the ability support. But Mata has been able to get away and has been able to at least get a spike plant in. It's got a shorty, though, so that's going to be some hell of a pellet spread to make sure he gets 4 kills out of 2 shots. I think instead he is just going to have to play that close range angle and hope that these players will give him ample opportunity to go for frags, but it seems unlikely as the Iceman Lucky team storms ahead. Maybe the surprise element does work well. Matter gets the 1 kill, but PHN, he denies chances for any more. Defuse coming through, and Iceman Lucky, they stand at 2-0. Great start so far, and clearly that is a good start from Iceman Lucky. Do you have the feeling, Jeannie, that we see a different play style coming out from Iceman Lucky, that we think, okay, they have this, they can now move ahead, get that 2-0, get maybe that 3-4-0, and maybe the win on this best of one, the first one that they very much need for their points?
Yeah, to be completely honest, when they are on this attacking side, they on the defensive side so far, first round, really good util, second round, they know they have the better buy, so they go up aggressively, they get 2 really nice picks, dash bites to safety, and that's already a numbers advantage secured. They didn't have the rotation coming through from the members, sure, one slips through the cracks, but it's only 1 player, so it doesn't really matter too much, as yes, they got the plant down, but it's not the end of the world, and they were still able to win that round. But now that we're seeing that both teams are equal in terms of firepower, it's going to be, that's when we're asking the real question of whether or not they're going to be able to deal with this. Kraken, Phoenix, bots, and IML each getting 1 apiece. IML getting that 2k from the safety of Boathouse, and that is actually, this is really, really scary from Scaro. We saw it earlier on as well on Ascent, where they started off a little slow and then they picked up pace, but they had better guns. This was their bonus round. This was theirs for the taking. So the fact that they lost it, they lost their guns, and once again, they are forced on an eco. It's looking a little scary.
And so it will be a strong start being held, being maintained. Iceman Lucky also economically staying ahead, whereas Scaro going for that light shield sheriff buy. Yeah, not a big fan of it, but maybe we will see the craziest of headshots coming through from Scaro. I do want to put that highlight real quickly on Nim, for example. On that Scaro side, has been able to do a lot of work in the past, has been able to get a lot of insane kills coming through as that Reyna. Here we see the player in question. Also just, you know, the team player getting on the wall, but right as I hype them up, they get fragged out quite easily by IML. What a shame. What a shame. It really is that.
It's just, Caster should never take anyone's side or praise them, because once you do that, you actually put them up for failure, unless you're doing it on purpose, RJ. That could always be the case. I heard get out of my, and then it was instantly shut down. So the knives that were going to be coming through from Scaro just taken offline the second they were popped. So that was a little unfortunate here, down to only 3 members. And once again, they are on that worst buy. This is a little concerning because initially, you know, you're actually correctly hyping up NYW. He's done so much on this map in the first game that we've seen today. But the fact that they felt comfortable to break a sage wall with their knife, which makes a lot of noise, and then instantly go on to site without actually checking logs, which is probably the most common area for players to be hiding in, coming through with those ratty plays. A little concerning because it does kind of speak maybe to their current mental state that they are in as a team. Yeah, they're going to be coming through. IML is just hiding in Boathouse, not giving their position away, and it's a little worrying. I feel like Scaro, the next round, if not having to win that for their economy, then they definitely have to win it for their mental health, state of the game, because it's Valorant. You always want to make sure you keep a cool head, and it's always, you know, so important to get that momentum and walk away with it. So this round, you know, if we want to see a very closely matched game between Scaro and Iceman Lucky, then hopefully they do. But also, I feel like it speaks volumes to how strong Alexa's team was if Scaro, the team who won the first game, are currently struggling against them.
Exactly. I think that says enough, right? And I think that may have already created a bit of a champion angle for the rest of this first day of the qualifiers. For now, PHN to pop off again. gets one kill. New finds a return. Sensitivity, however, can refrag. It's a bit of a trade type situation. And Sensitivity getting caught out by Savitan. Serve on serve action, but New still committing, still putting that damage in. A 1v1 remains. And serious damage against Savitan. New with that overhealing and still at full HP. Very tough situation, but Savitan pulls off that insane headshot. Yep, he does. Yeah, I really thought that was a done deal, but I should have accounted for the fact that Savitan apparently knows how to hit the mark when it matters the most. 5-0, and Iceman Lucky's team seems to be on a roll so far.
That was absolutely incredible. I was like 10 HP, Reyna, Empress popped, overheal coming through. Ain't no way. And yes, there's the way when Savitan is the last man standing. There is always a way when this man is still alive. Whether it's with the shock darts, whether it's with those headshots, he really makes them count. Knife is gonna be destroyed from Kraken. Feel like this is gonna be giving a decent amount of information. The fact that how many players are gonna be going on to side. The Jet's gonna be dashing, gets taken out. Scar takes out as his bolt has been popped, going up to rafters. Boss picking up one apiece, and yes, Sensitivity gets one pick, but it's not enough as they're now in a 2v4 situation. Low HP on the Sova is gonna be utilizing the drone to try and get a couple of information tags, but it's not gonna be enough. Operator shot is gonna be missing. NYW is gonna take bots out of the game. It's now a 2v3. Low HP on Sensitivity. He's tagged as well. They know where he's hiding. They do have the spike. They know that the players are on that A side. They're looking to either book it or commit. They have enough time to decide what they want to do. The slow's gonna be put down. The res is gonna be coming through as well as bots is brought back to life. Spanning through the smoke. IML is gonna be coming through clutch, and it looks like Sensitivity has booked it, wants to go for that B side as all members from Scaro are dead.
Dead, indeed, that they are. And I've got to say right now, Iceman Lucky, they are on a great roll. 6-0, and Scaro caught out still, just not finding their way around this attacking side. And you can say what you like, but they are going to have to find something eventually. Otherwise, I see such a massive advantage appearing for the Iceman Lucky side that it might be too big to overcome once we enter that second half.
Yeah, Operator this time, however, is going to be online once again. And we've seen what they can do with this Operator. We've seen how important, how impactful that can be. And they're going to be getting 2 tags out. They're going to be retreating right away. But this time, however, they don't want to give up any sites. Bots does manage to take out Mata, but the trade is going to come through right away. Equalize in terms of players for both of these teams. And it's now a matter of re-strategizing and deciding where exactly you want to go and what site you want to hit.
Indeed. For now, there's still ample opportunity. Scaro with the equal force of players up against their opponents, but Neo can't immediately find a return.
It's looking a little scary. They're trying to get control of mid. Pizza's already under NYW's banner as he looks to come through with the flank. Ultimate's going to be popped as well, so there's going to be a repositioning towards both houses, but this is going to be spotted right away because Recon Dart is going to be destroyed, and it's going to give Iceman Lucky false sense of information as they're now going to be going through Raptors. Kraken is going to be caught up, and NYW is already on his case, and Scaro have collected more than enough info. They are fully aware that the B side is not where they want to be, and now IML Ermin are the only players standing on that mission to try and close out this round, or if they want to give a round over to Scaro, a round that they haven't found just yet. They haven't been able to find that success. Their strategies have continuously been countered. They're going to be able to get the plant down, and this is the furthest they've gotten so far in this entire game, and they even have the numbers advantage. So now it's just a matter of not giving those individual isolated 1v1s. IML's on the hunt trying to see if anyone is lurking, but doesn't quite find anyone up in a tree. Sensitivity, however, does find Phoenix, and now IML's one man left standing. Takes NYW out of the equation. IML, absolute hero so far, has done so much every single round. It's gonna drop. It's not gonna be enough. Sensitivity takes him out of the equation. It's the first round on the board for Scaro.
Honestly, if IML had gotten that shot there, that would have been absolutely illegal, but that doesn't happen. Scaro indeed with that number one. 1-6. But I've got to put out one thing right now. Look at this replay and look at how close the situation got. IML was still able to turn it into a 1v2. And I think with that, you see the line or the story appearing. Scarrow, they're getting themselves around, but they have to fight for it so hard. Bots, again, with that entry, takes out the Jet. You take away so much dynamic plays from your opponent if you can eliminate their Jet from the get-go. That takes away so much of your power from that initial fight.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's sad.
Destroyed.
I think that's one way to put it. Albala won't be so sad about it, though. Very happy to get that entry instead. And right now, that does mean it's back to a 4v4 again.
Yeah, Lear's gonna cut off those lines of sight as well. The operator doesn't get to find anything, but Albala does manage to find 2 picks himself. Already cleaned out the site from a lot of players, and now it's a matter of a retake. Bots does manage to get the pick, but the trade is gonna be coming through right away. They have a 2-player advantage over Iceman Lucky, and as Kraken does get put down, the plant's gonna be coming through, and that was actually a really nice pick because it put the lockdown online. And they were able to clear out the site and play off of it. But it was just really sad for, like, if you're an Omen player, you probably felt that, like, that was, like, personal.
Oh, absolutely. There's, I think perhaps a bit of, how do I put it? Not strife, but I think some, well, Scarrow just knowing we've been on this disadvantage for such a long while. Iceman Lucky's team, they already had a 6-round streak against us. We have to come back on this now, and this gives them a massive mental boost. Oh, Matza won't get a read here, but that smoke won't last forever. Bots, however, is going to try and utilize it instead to get their own kill, but Matza faster on the uptake. Bots to fall, and Scarrow to claim that man advantage from the get-go. Exactly the kind of thing that they need right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed, as well as 2 more players from the side of Iceman Lucky have been taken down. Zavatan is trying to hold on to this B-type with his dear life, and IML's coming through trying to help with the reinforcement, but the rest of the map is just left completely unattended, and the spike can literally go wherever they want to, and it looks like they're calling for that A plan to be coming through. Still have a player available. Mata, however, does make sure that a player is no longer available as he takes out both IML and Zavatan with that operator and the classic flawless round coming through. And RJ, is this a repeat of first game? Are we like, is history repeating itself?
Really now, that's possible. Scarrow that come in and that just say, yeah, we got that 6 scoreline, but we like to have 2 6s on the board, a 6-6 then. It's very possible. Iceman Lucky are economically disadvantaged, so in this round, their fighting chances are already going to be a lot lower. So as such, well, Genie, I think that there might be a good chance. Bots, though, the ultimate coming into play. That's an important factor, and that's a great double. Weapon recovery will be possible. Plus, that's also a weapon for KO to come through. Picks it up, and this puts the Scarrow team members in a much tougher spot. But Savatan is going to have to do a lot to make this work. And you do have Sensitivity and Albala both finding frags. PHNK, though, oh, what a stellar play. The Sheriff works its charm, and Bots tries to use the high ground to find the kill, but will push ahead anyway with the Blade Storm. As right now, you would have said that the knives were on target, but luckily, BHN can get that last kill in. And so it will be the defuse 7-3. Yeah, we were talking about a certain caster curse or something. It does feel as if you just caused it yourself like there, Genie.
Me?
I'm so sorry.
Okay, I wanted to apologize to all teams that we're going to be casting tonight, but look at how incredibly well that KO, Omen, and Jet util is coming through. The KO knife goes out to try and either it's going to be a distraction if any of the players are onto a main, or they're going to be spotted out right away if they don't destroy it, which will then give enough information to Iceman Lucky. At the exact same time, Phoenix throws out the Paranoia, which allows Bot to really get that updraft, and those blades were online. The Blade Storm is then used, gets two beautiful picks because both members from Iceman Lucky are kind of just left with that paranoia they can no longer see, and it just blows the game wide open. They're able to get that lead back, and now they're 7-3. Hunter's Fury is going to come through. He's going to get an initial tag on Phoenix, but that's enough. But the mid control, they no longer have it, and NYW does. Gets 2 pick, but IML is going to come through, and it's going to get the rest. So some of that damage is going to be undone, but the team so far has just been so good at coordinating that util with the aggressive or passive plays that they want to go for in each round.
It's absolutely excellently played in that regard. Good timing as well for some ultimates, in my opinion. You know, that Sage Res coming in right now when you're in a 3-3. That's exactly what you need. For now, it's Scarrow playing it eventually toward the A site. Timer is running down, but they've still got 35 seconds to get the spike down. Scarrow comes in with a kill, but Xavitan returns it. Kraken also still on that site. Oh, is he going to remain unchecked? Because that corner, indeed, he will. It hasn't been checked, and Kraken, he gets a free game. He gets 2 kills to come in. And that is Iceman Lucky's team finding their 8th round already as we enter the last round before the switch, where I think that the potential is high for the Iceman Lucky team to go 9-3 at this point. But hey, I'm just going to be wary about saying things like that. The odds for the 8-4, they're just as possible. But I think if you get somebody like bots popping off from the get-go, getting one of those sick operator kills, then there's a lot possible for them.
Yeah, Knife once again is going to get destroyed. So this is the beauty of the util like KO has. Like, if they destroy the Knife, and same with Sova, if they destroy the recall dart, you know where they are. If they leave it, you know where they are. You don't really have a choice, and the updraft is gonna make a sound cue. IML was ready, had the Sage Wall already down on Katas. Kind of expected it to be an A push after that wall was after that Knife was completely destroyed, and once again, Scar, they're kind of left scrambling. They have to figure out what do they want to do to be able to make this round work in their favor, because they're down a member, they're down that entry fragger, and it looks like they want to go for the Killjoy lockout. That seems to be the answer to the question. And the layer is going to be coming through. Ooh, but the operator from bots.
It works a charm. Finds a bit of return, but bots, and there you have it, right? If there's anybody that has to pop off, it will be bots, and it will be the 9-3 by the hands of Xavitan at the end. Iceman Lucky's team, they put down a very dominant showing on that first half. That says a lot. And that is the lads from Iceman Lucky's team with a whopping 6-round advantage. We move to the second half, and Jeannie, I pose you a question once more. What would you like to see Team Scarrow do differently? What is going to work for them, and what is going to change this massive advantage that Iceman Lucky has?
So it looked like on that defensive, on that attacking side, however, they weren't really good at countering the amount of util that was coming through from Iceman Lucky. They have that KO available, they have the Sage, they have the Server, they have the Ermin, and the Iceman Lucky were just so good at coordinating those attacks. And instead, I would really like to see Scarrow play it a little bit passive, a little bit slower, because every single round, they would either get spotted out by the Knife or the Recon Bolt, or they would destroy it and just kind of give themselves away. So instead of having, you know, some mid-control, playing it a little bit safer, I think that might be the key to trying and getting a bit more success coming through into this defensive side. And we also saw how good they were actually on the defensive side in the last game, and once again we're seeing it. They're pushing out very, very aggressively, and they're managing to get pick after the other, and just like that, the pistol round is already over. Iceman Lucky want to go for B and want to go for mid, but Scarrow, they're ready, and this is what we really, really needed to see, because if they lost this pistol round, it would have put Iceman Lucky on double digits. The second round most likely would go Iceman Lucky's way as well, so that would be 11-3, and then you get onto that bonus round. If you don't win that, and it's kind of over. So definitely what I wanted to see.
And in that sense, it makes and creates a chance perhaps for Scarrow in the upcoming rounds, a chance for things to get or be better. That's mainly what we're waiting for. That's mainly what we're hoping for. That Scarrow can find that return. As Iceman Lucky's team instead, stand in a bit of a more unfortunate position. Bots may be able to get a kill with this shorty. It's possible, but it's going to have to be a dead-on hit. When he gets that read, there it is indeed. Sensitive. E to go down. Matter, where's your repeak exactly? Apparently nowhere, because the jet the jet player fell back. And it's the 9-4. It is new to find the next frag. Scarrow. And creates a balanced situation. Finds a kill with the frenzy.
One enemy remaining.
Paranoia is there. No vision. Scarrow with the triple. And new with the final one. Great support. And the 5-9. As currently Scarrow. They do keep their return going.
Yeah, they're not going to be going on to the bonus round, so Iceman Lucky has the opportunity here to go into those double digits and just make it a little bit scarier. But in terms of, I feel like this might have been some sort of miscommunication coming through, because the server was turned away, so Sensitivity wasn't actually... You know, I mean, Zavatan wasn't... Sensitivity was turned away. Wasn't actually... Malta didn't go with that peak either, so it was a little bit of an awkward situation coming through, and Boss was able to walk away with the kill, just like he's doing right now, as there's no trade going to be coming through right away. He's going to be pushing out aggressively, but IML seems to be ready for that, and the rest of the team is right behind them as they're marching onto site. The whole firing squad is on site. Sensitivity TV gets one, but it's not enough, as Phoenix makes sure that that's all he's going to be getting today. Now it's only 2 members left from the side of Scarrow. That is one other member put down. It's really low on HP. Albala looking to see if there's any way for them to get onto site, but that little opening in the stage wall, once again, not doing them any favors. Actually making this dead equal in terms of players, not really in terms of HP, but the time is ticking and they have to do it now or never, because they want to get that defuse through. Otherwise, it's just another round in the bag for Scarrow, no matter how many members survive, and they have to hurry up. And they can obviously hear that as well. Paranoia is going to come through and is going to blind IML. It's going to allow Albala to go for the swing. Zavatan gets the pick off on Scarrow himself. It's now a one-on-one situation, but Zavatan once again comes through with the clutch. The spike is ticking, and Iceman Lucky are able to get into those double digits, but wow, that cost them a lot.
Almost certainly. So I think that you notice this straight away in the buy as well, and there you do see some kinks in the cable, as they say. 2 light shields. IML, I'm not quite sure what he's going to buy. Seems to be the Spectre to come through. This is not ideal, and ironically enough, even though Scarrow lost the round, they are the ones with the better buy. So clearly that says a lot, I think, about the team, about the composition, and about the way that the rounds have been flowing. Iceman Lucky, though, the most important factor, with the win still. Albala with the, perhaps, somewhat slow read on where that recon bolt landed. But new to make the entry. No, it's Bots instead. Comes in, takes that player out, and will maybe upgrade to the free OP. Although that is quite far away. It looks like, nope, there's still the commitment to it. But Bots just swings in and says, oh, hello there. Gets the kill in, and we'll try to play this angle. Not quite sure why he'd look down like that, but Scarrow puts the pressure in. Spike, however, has already been planted. It's a 4v3. It's the lads of Team Scarrow now to play for the retake. Not massive amounts of damage done so far. Kraken under heaven, and a turret to pop, but Kraken will take that out, then try and flash out. That's a great kill coming out from him, but the double return is much stronger. And again, it's Zavatan to play this out until the bitter end. Zavatan to play in the smoke, which Scarrow will work with. Ample time to defuse, and Scarrow still cutting it close, however. These are the kind of rounds that his team can win. The close ones, the ones where it gets down to a 1v1, and that is not the kind of rounds that you can keep playing consistently and keep winning out. Eventually, you are going to crack.
Yeah, having that Utah come through, so you have the smoke that initially they were assumed Zavatan was going to be playing in. Something he's done a couple of times before, but then that Killjoy molly just makes it impossible for him to actually... He has to be pushed over towards the left side, and they're aware of this. So instead of waiting for him to go for the repick, instead of giving him that advantage to reposition, Scarrow just runs right after him and takes him right out. Oh, and Mata's almost taken out as he's left with 26 HP and is gonna have to retreat all the way back onto site. Mid control completely given up. Scarrow, but as I said, both Mata and NYW getting one apiece, and Scarrow is gonna whip out the shorty, but it's not enough. Albala and Scarrow, the firing squad that we didn't know we needed, but we so wanted to see. It's gonna give them another chance to close that gap, as it's now just 3 rounds left.
And thank you.
Absolutely. Scarrow seems to be on that return streak, on that return battle. Doing a great job so far, and setting up a little bit of a streak of his own, really. I think that Iceman Lucky, on the other hand, is struggling more and more. Economically, they get caught in a bit of a vicious cycle. Economically, they keep fighting to try and find those one-off rounds where they can actually buy, where they can actually get opportunities. Bots does have a Vandal, however, and that already says enough for me. That at least makes me look a little bit more positively at the upcoming rounds, because if bots can pop off, then I think a lot can be done for the likes of Iceman Lucky. Sadly, though, bots taken out, IML to fall, and Kraken to go down. It's Scarrow and Mata that get plenty of the kills. And it's a 2v4 with poor old PHN all by himself on the site. And now caught out, found by New, and just like that, losing out his life and leaving his teammate Zavatan all alone.
Is Zavatan once again left to clutch it? This is going to be a 1v4 situation. The question is he going to be able to do it? It's a mountain that he has to climb, and he's not even looking. Scarrow is on the hunt and takes him out. The ult coming through from Phoenix actually gets into Boathouse, hoping that he is able to coordinate it or the attack accordingly with his team, where they are going to be too focused on actually killing the people at the front that he's going to be able to get a hit coming through from the back. But the team goes in a couple of milliseconds really too early, and they get caught in a deadly crossfire that's been set up by Scarrow, as there's one that's on Switch, another member that is in Market, and it's just such an incredibly difficult thing to deal with, as well with the Albala util that he has set up. So a little unfortunate in terms of the timing, and I completely respect the play that they wanted to go for, but that's not the play that worked out for them. So now they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure out where they want to go next, because it's getting a little too close for comfort.
Oh, most certainly so. I think that comfortable, oh yeah, we got this feeling is long gone. The bigger the losing streak that you have gets, and the closer your opponent does indeed get to that equal situation with you, the higher the tilt, I think. The heavier the tilt. For now, though, let's keep an eye out as Iceman Lucky's team, they set themselves up. Mata does miss the OP at the start, but luckily works a lot better with it later on in the round and can commit to the follow-up with the shorty. Neo to move ahead as well, and look at the high ground that Mata has, but bots, he has been pretty decent, so it seems, at the good old duck hunting game, and snipes his enemy right out of the air. That is the only kill that will fall for the Iceman Lucky team, however. As for the rest, they lose out team members, and they move for a new round, a new chance, but at least with a buy, heavy armor and the likes. But as you can all see, the creds, they are terribly low right now, so if this round doesn't work out for them, then that is done and dusted, I think, for the advantage that Team Iceman, wow, Team Iceman Lucky, I wanted to say Iceman Gaming, Lord knows why, has.
That's a pretty cool team name, Iceman Gaming. I completely stand behind that. Okay. Might want to go and trademark that for someone yoinks it. NYW has been yoinked out of the game, and that's ult being popped from KO as well. Mata does manage to take him down, but he still has the res coming through. Revive me, Sage, come on, you know you wanna. Phoenix does take Mata out of the equation as well, and it's already down in terms of numbers, and now I have to come up with a retake plan as the res is going to be coming through. IML even putting down the Sage wall just in case they decide to break it because of the sound feed that they were able to hear. It's going to put on the slow orb as well, making it just that much more difficult to actually get onto site. Slow orbs are so incredibly difficult to deal with, and it's buying them so much time, which is exactly what they need. Just let the spike tick for as long as possible. They're going to have a read on with a recon dart. They know where a couple of the players are hiding. IML is going to get one, and Albala's going to come through with a trade. Phoenix does pick up sensitivity, and now it's only Albala left. He's put himself in a bit of a curlier situation, but the smoke drops, the curtains are falling, and he's exposed to the rest of Iceman Lucky. They're just going to take him out, and they're 11-9, closing that gap, making it potentially possible for them to actually win the game.
Potentially being the key word in that, in my eyes.
I don't want to jinx anyone.
I think that the main problem is Scarrow. They still have a lot of reserves. And, I mean, let's be real here. They've got an Odin. Honestly, when you have an Odin, isn't that just the instant win button? No?
Sometimes, yes. To me, it just shakes me to my core when you hear that someone on the defensive side has an Odin. You're like, oh no. It's like an operator, but just like worse. Yeah, sorry guys, can I like pass through, please? They're like, no. Ooh, start spamming a little too early.
That was not the cleanest spray that I've ever seen. Sadly, will mean that Neo loses their life.
You will not kill my ally.
Plus, you've got the rest coming through from Sage. Lucky knife dodge from Zavatan.
Oh.
And then the Hunter's Fury in return. Oh, that makes a mark, all right. 9
The
to
amount of
11.
util that's been invested.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, Albala finds a return frag, though. IML at least goes down. The Scarrow's Odin hasn't come into play yet, but it should be there soon enough. As he's got the support of his teammate Send CTV as well. With more util or more abilities coming through, but the time is ticking and Bot is going aggressive. This might be unanticipated. Never mind though. Sensitivity, he's got a good read on it. BHN then perhaps, and the defender Killjoy. That's powerful. That's one kill for BHN, but not a second. Sabotan and Kraken to hold this down, but this lockdown, that worked really well. Look at it. It's the knife as well that came through. It's the time ticking. It is Kraken with a great double. And I believe that they should be now on time to... No, never mind. Avoid the spike. Absolutely not. But
Zavatan once again with that... Sorry?
Oh, no, I'm not sure what this means for the economy from Iceman Lucky. I don't know how good that's going to look.
They did lose a couple of rifles and they lost a couple of players, but even if they decide to actually go for that save next round, it shouldn't be too bad. They actually do have enough available for full armor and rifles for everyone except IML, but IML has been just really good at using the Spectre close range, hiding behind a wall or an off angle made by the wall, so it's all good. Mid. And IML, as I say that, taken out right away by Mata. It's already a player down. He's gonna dash back to safety. But again, last round, Zavatan really in that position to be able to destroy the lockdown, wrapping around, ringing around the rosies, gives his team an opportunity to get ahead. And that's a Riot gun, buddy. That's the first one I've seen today, and that's pretty great. But now it's just it's a standoff. Big fan. Yeah, big fan of Riot games. I heard like they make these really good games that are actually like really fun to play. Yeah, you never heard of them?
No, I've never heard of them in my life. That sounds so peculiar. Very weird.
Yeah.
Really, though. I mean, I was more referring to the gun buddy itself, but hey, the point still stands. Just like how Neo makes a point at this point in time. That's a lot of point in one sentence. And Scarrow then perhaps responsible for this main hold. No direct push ahead until you've got Jet moving on our bots, trying to go for a battle. Will not find out. Scarrow a little bit too enthusiastic, and Mata gets the return in. Kraken, he will try as he may, but this flawless round is not being taken away from Team Scarrow. And that will be the 10-12. Iceman Lucky economically struggling at this point, and I think maybe calling out for the save on this one or the eco even, to then say later on, okay, after this, we go and we get the 13 to 11. But that will be the closest result that we've seen yet.
Yeah, they also have their ult available in terms of the Shrouded Steps and then also in terms of the Blade Storm coming through. So whether or not Bots is going to do, he does go for the full armor. So I'd assume that the knives are going to be put in play, and it sounds like that's exactly the case. He wants to try and get a couple of eco frags in now that the team aren't on the best of buys. Alarm Bot's going to be triggered, so they know where they're going to be coming from. It's going to be a push out from Market. They're going to be throwing the KO Molly. They're going to dash onto site, but Bots isn't going to find anything. On the other hand, though, NYW is going to find 2 players. Make that the third, and he takes IML out, but they're hunting him right down. Kraken does manage to get straight through. Phoenix has picked up a rifle of his own with the Riot gun, but he now rocking it in his own hand. And it looks like he's going to be going back to A side because that's exactly where the spike is going to be heading. It's going to be a fake. They actually got them to follow them all the way to B, and now they're going to be coming through. It's going to have the shadows as well. Just that coming through, making sure there's no lines of sight on Rafter, and they're gonna close down the door, but they do have to watch out for Sensitivity because he's gonna get spotted out. They know where they're gonna be pushing from. They're gonna be going down for that plant. They have more than enough time to do so. Sensitivity does find the first player, and it's now only on Kraken to make this work. He's tagged and incredibly wounded. They're gonna be going down. The Paranoia gonna make sure that he can shoot back. And oh, Robert, you said 13 to 11, but it's looking like you might be right. Maybe it's gonna even be 13 to 12. Who knows?
Oh, dearie me, what a situation to be in at the
I blame
moment.
you, Robert.
You know, you remind me of back in the day. I used to stream a long time ago, and at one point there was a certain hashtag blame RJ thing that was going around. But that was also due to me totally whiffing things and being a terrible, terrible player in DayZ at the time. It's a terribly old game at this point. It's
you know what they say.
It's a long time ago. I'm getting old, is what I'm trying to say. For now, though, as Iceman Lucky, get that buy-in. See, there's still potential for the 13 to 11. I'm still putting that out there. But obviously, if it doesn't happen now, then it will be Scarrow to go for that 12 to 12. We will enter overtime. At least Mata is caught out at the start. Hunter's Fury will come out, but that doesn't connect to anything. Scarrow, however, finds the first and the second kill. Draken and Bots both taken out, and with that, some key impact players fragged. Not something I think Team Scarrow or Team Iceman Lucky was hoping for right now. But it won't stop them from moving to that A site instead, or regardless. They've got the Sage on the push. But it is a dangerous site to go for. However, the look at PHN, that might come into play. The spike does get planted, but PHN gets himself just 1 kill. Albala is able to return it for now. IML not winning the battles. Xavitan, last man standing, having to play the time at this point, still gets the kill regardless of the Leer. Look at this. Look at the plays from Xavitan. The triple kill, but Sensitivity, he pushes out exactly when Xavitan thought he was baking or he was sticking it.
It is over.
And that will be the 12 to 12. But we do indeed, like you say, enter that
Sudden
fated
death.
overtime scenario. Well, not overtime
There's
yet,
no
the end
overtime.
game, I should say.
The end game. Yeah.
End game. We're in the end game now.
Ooh. Avengers.
Very scary.
I'm joking. Yeah, it is very scary. No overtime in the games today, but again, Scarra has just been so good at getting those reads through on Iceman Lucky and just really putting a stop to how they want to play the game. They've also been like so good at changing up their playstyle consistently and continuously, which has kind of caught Iceman Lucky off guard like more than once. So that's a bit of a peculiar situation to be in, but so it's going to be a draw. So there is no end game. So I would love to see how that's going to be in terms of the points collected by these teams. One point each. Thank you so much, production. Yep. Thank you.
Bless production. Thank you. 1 point each and a call for that. I believe I also saw one of the players say, no, thank you, GG, and just leaving that one for what it is. Yeah, I mean, honestly, perhaps the safer call. And I think right now that 1 point can still mean a lot later down the line. I also do wonder then how many more of these draws that we will see. Right now, of course, highlights coming through again from this beautiful match regardless. Some insane shots that came through as well. And I really, really do look forward to more of these exciting games. Admittedly, maybe I do want to see a different map for the fourth game that we're heading to
Yeah.
later on today, but Ascent still, it definitely has its place, its time and its place, but I want to see it later on, I want to see it at a different point in time. I want to see different maps.
Yeah, Iceman Lucky is starting it off really, really strong. Kind of like lost that momentum going more towards the when the script got flipped. And I think the question that remains here is the fact that they looked so strong starting it off, but then only once they had to go onto that attacking side, it's kind of where they lost it. My question here is, how incredibly strong was Alexa's team? Because they did not paint Iceman Lucky in a good light at all whatsoever. So that is one of those things that I am really worried about. Scaro again, once again, having those star players show up and show off and show us exactly what they are capable of. And you mentioned the point system, how it's going to be 1 point for each one of these teams, but that is one of those things that I also kind of want to point out, because Alexa's team looks so strong. So the fact that Scaro wasn't actually able to get those full 3 points, if she wins the next one, that does put quite a big stretch between her and the second place.
I think that might just be what gets Alexa that win in the group stage, but that's us looking ahead, obviously. There's still quite a few matches to be played, and I think that we'll see Alexa coming back twice, actually, looking at my little schedule that I pulled up here. And obviously, if Alexa can get 2 wins in a row from that, well, boom, then it's already practically decided, and we at least know already 1 winner for this group stage. But that's still something for the future for now, obviously. I think looking back at this match, it was just a very close result, and indeed, I think you put the right stress on it. Team Alexa may be the potential victor of this, the potential champion of this group stage, but we still got some great teams to watch later on down the line, and at least Alexa is able to prove that with that 4th match. There's going to be Knuckle against Alexa, if I wrote it down correctly, and indeed I did. I want to really see that matchup pop out, because Knuckle was the team that I believe had a pretty okay showing, although Scaro took the upper hand there. So it's maybe going to be more Team Alexa dominance to come through. What do you think, Jeannie?
Yeah, maybe so. And also kind of like Scaro in general, like they kind of play the same style over and over, where they weren't the strongest at the beginning, but then it's just like they kind of like took off as they kind of found that warm up. So if you want to find out, chat, who's going to be winning, make sure that you stick around, because we're going to be going on a quick little break. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come.
come to the bed. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it to the top, make it wild. Make it to the top, make it wild. Make it to the top, make it wild. Bring it to the top, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna break it wild. I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna break it wild. This is a night of love.
Hello, hello, hello! What an absolute banger this day has been so far. And guess what? There's even more action coming your way as we're gonna be heading into match number 4, Knuckle against Alexa. Now, the standings, they have changed a little bit considering that both teams from the previous game actually did win a point each because there was a draw, and that still puts Scaro at the top with 4 points. Alexa second, 3 points for her team. Iceman Lucky gets 1 point from that draw, and Knuckle so far hasn't actually been able to secure a point. So they want to be able to stay on this scoreboard. They need to get that win against Alexa. But Robert, what has been your perception from both of these teams? Both Knuckles' team and Alexa's team, we've seen them both play already.
Honestly, Alexa, I think we can set up as this kind of champion team. The most dominant showing so far in comparison to the round scores. Alexa getting that furthest win with 13-5 against Iceman Lucky. That was a really strong showing. And directly after that, we saw Iceman Lucky actually get the 12-12 versus Scaro. What this means is that Alexa has got to be one hell of a contender. And it also means that as we are heading to that as our next match, we've got Alexa going up against Knuckle. One would theorize that Knuckle is going to be perhaps the slightly less, not skilled. I don't want to use the word skilled. I don't want to start BMing people. Less advantageous, less well-positioned team, because they're in a spot where results-wise, they have had way more losses in comparison, and where against Alexa, they might be facing a much stronger opponent. And I think that that is going to be the main issue. I'm always happy to be surprised, but so far, Team Knuckle has got a lot to show, and they've got a lot to do to make sure that they don't stay on the bottom end of that ranking, because otherwise, that could mean that they lose out. But if that does happen, then there's always the wildcard. For the people at home, you can check that out with exclamation mark wildcard in the chat. More details over there.
Yeah, and also we are here today because of HyperX and also the city of Wrocław. So thank you guys both to making this actually possible and giving us all the opportunity to put some incredible content in front of your eyes. I've actually had my eyes on the map as well, because I do want to know what we're going to be playing on, and it looks like we're going to be going back to that warm climate on Bind. How are you feeling about that one, RJ?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it all right. I'm happy that we can actually get a different map. Of course, we've seen Ascent, we've seen Iceblock, and then we saw Ascent again. Nothing against the map, by the way, but I just like a bit of variety in my map pool. I don't want to see the same thing over and over again. So Bind will put a different map into play. I look forward to that one. Mainly looking forward to how I think the positioning will be as well. I feel like Bind is also a map that features quite a lot of choke points again for the attacking side. So I'm also already feeling a slight defender side advantage. Is that justified, do you think, Jeannie?
I think in terms of Bind specifically, because you have those teleporters available and also because you have different ways to like enter into site, I think what I'm personally really going to be looking forward to is whether or not there's going to be a Raze pick. I think Raze on this map is just absolutely incredible, whether you're on the attacking side or on the defensive side. You're on the attacking side, you just throw your nade in showers, you throw your nade in lamps, you throw your nade in hookah, you throw your nades on the back of side on B, and you're clearing out those angles very quickly just by one piece of util that you have available. So I feel like missing out on that agent specifically, whether you're on the attack or the defensive side, it's not going to matter. It's going to put you at a little bit of a disadvantage, especially if the other team does have it. But as we're going to be heading into game right now, we'll be able to see whether or not that adaptation has been made, and of course it has been. We're actually seeing that Carol, however, is still going for that jet pick from the side of Knuckle. They're going to be on that defensive side, whereas Alexa's team, they feel more comfortable having Durka, who is, by the way, their Radiant player, on the race. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this is going to be playing out, as other than that, the team comms are a bit different, but not too much.
Indeed. A bit of a little bit of variety, but not all that much. Still, I look forward to seeing both races come into play. You correctly and deservedly hype them up. It's also just because whenever I play against a Raze and I see the paint shells popping up, I am afraid. And look at this. This is exactly why Slick will go down. And like you've said, those paint shells, they can be deadly. They most certainly will be at times. Carol with a great start as well. Trinsa with the follow-up. And it's Team Knuckle seemingly back in force. Jave, though, finds a return kill. Recon bolt is destroyed. And Jave tries to commit, tries to get more of that pressure down. But Carol finds another kill. And Jave will not win this one out. It is Team Knuckle to take the first round, to take this booster round on the first half. And it will be Team Alexa struggling for the start at least, but Jave having already shown, hey, I know how to get my kills, okay? So definitely keep an eye out for him, because he, along with Jerka, well, those two players were absolutely stellar in the previous match that we saw Team Alexa play in.
Yeah, they were incredible, to say the least, but now it's going to be a matter of whether or not they can play that defensive side first and just not lose too far ahead. The Stim Beacon has got to come through. It is nerfed a little. Pop has the camera available. He is going to be spotting out more than one member, but they're not going to spot him out himself. Never mind. The Sky Dog is going to be giving him that knock-up relief. He's going to make sure that Pop gets popped. Now Jave's going to be pushing out aggressively. Trinsa does manage to shut it down his initiatives right away, and Carol is looking to create even more space on the site as he's going up through elbow and is looking to clear out as much of CT as humanly possible, as he does hear a couple of members trying to itch close. There is going to be a smoke down, which makes it just a bit more difficult for them to actually push through. It's going to make sure that they're not going to get the initial line of sight. Carol gets a 2k of his own. Slick is the only one left, and that's a flawless round coming through from Knuckle. Firepower absolutely working beautifully in their advantage, and that B side so far seems to be their best friend.
Absolutely. 2-0, and Knuckle, they stand in a good position. I think this is exactly the kind of performance that we were waiting for from them. If they can keep this kind of thing going on, then who knows? Maybe Team Alexa will be completely upset. Maybe there will be that slight mental break against them, because I think that we can both agree that Team Alexa right now is kind of that fierce opponent lurking in the groups, in a position to get really a lot of impact. But Jerka, the paint shells, they don't deal as much damage as I would have thought, but Jerka still connects and takes out the enemy. Raze sprays down a little bit to find some more damage on Brim, but luckily there is somebody, and that somebody is a Sage, ready to provide healing and aid to their teammates.
As you said, Sage makes the boo-boo go away, and I guess that's what she's looking to do.
Yep,
Sage can't make that one go away just yet.
Oh no, Lord Almighty. I sometimes say these kind of things, you know, it's so terrible, but yeah.
It's okay. I forgive you, but doesn't look like Jerka's crosshair placement is gonna be forgiven as Icy does manage to take him out and looking to equalize that playing field. They already lost one member, so they don't want to lose too many. They're gonna be pushing both from Lamps and Main. So I see Alexa is taken out of the equation. The Sage Wall is gonna be coming up, making it just that much more difficult to actually go for the defuse. But Slick takes Berlin out. The plant is gonna be coming down. It's a 3v2 situation, and they have to play this as smartly as possible. The Stim Beacon is gonna be coming through. 8 bullets left, and that's all he got. He's gonna have to go for that reload if he wants to make sure that it works out in his favor. The Shock Dart's gonna come through on that spike, but guess what? No one's actually on it, so it's not gonna be doing any damage. They're gonna be throwing one towards Lamb. They're gonna be spotting out Sicey as well. He's gonna be spotted with the camera, get the tag through. Knuckles taking out his only man left standing, and Pop goes right for his forehead. The defuse is gonna be coming through, and Alexa finally gonna be able to secure that first round of the game.
Quick enough on that return to make sure the Knuckle advantage doesn't grow too big. And that will be Alexa finding themselves in a decent position. Still a somewhat tense round in my eyes, but the moment that Slick got that kill in and Jay was able to find the frag on Sage, it all shifted, it all turned. And that will lead to Alexa standing 1-2 and now perhaps creating the potential to continue this as well. Could become the 2-2, but I do believe that Team Knuckle will find themselves with plenty of rifles and the likes. So that shouldn't be an issue, at least. That should not take away power from them to keep going and to stay on target for what could be a 3-1 as well.
Yeah, it's kind of what we saw as well on Icebox coming through. The Iceman Lucky were actually able to get the first 2 or 3 round, if I do remember correctly. And once Alexa found themselves online, they just really were able to stretch that lead they had as far as humanly possible. And they even walked away with the win. So now both of these teams, they have to adapt accordingly because they don't want to, you don't want to overextend, you don't want to overpush. And they even left a spike out in literally the middle of the map because they're trying to find any opening onto any side possible. But Cypher with the tripwires, it's mission impossible to get through. Then you have 3 members all together, huddled, bundled together, holding each other's hand onto A site, as the power of friendship is incredibly powerful because it does manage to give you that numbers advantage. That is always a good thing to have in Valorant. That they do manage to go through then it's just gonna be a little scary because they will be spotted out. And that Cypher cam is absolutely disgusting. It even shows the back of Long, which is insane, and that is a tracer already on the side. But Pop and Berlin are gonna be getting a trade each. Jursa is now gonna be forced out of their position because the Molly actually drops them down to 6 HP. They're gonna have to try and get a pick, but Carol is way quicker to it. Gonna be a bit more difficult to push out from CT. They want to go down for that plan because they only have 13 seconds left. Carol does manage to take out Slick, and now it's a 2v3 situation. They actually cancel the plan, so they have to go for it right now. Carol, though, making sure that that's exactly what's going to be happening, and he's got the back of their team. Knuckle once again securing a round, and dare I say, against anyone's expectations.
And that's a beautiful play at the end. Chaotic for a start and down to the wire with the way that plan kept getting cancelled and hesitated. But for now, Team Knuckle, they move 3-1 and they move against Alexa. Currently shows us that there may be great potential for Knuckle to keep their comeback going, to keep being in that position where things go their way, where things will be smooth sailing still, and where maybe that 3-1 will build up further, where maybe it will become something like 4-1, 5-1, and where Knuckle can build up a respectable advantage. Jerka, though, does get into place, does perhaps start showing up. As for now, Slick will put down the Brimstone smoke to delay where needed, but he needs delay no further. The team of Knuckle has already decided to rotate around, but Psych, it was just a quick spike recovery. As at the moment they move ahead, you can see them kind of looking around, trying to find that entry, trying to find that initial kill. Hunter's Fury, it won't directly deny anything.
Yeah, they still have the spike available, and this time they're looking to go towards the A side. Satchels are gonna be closing some of that distance, but Slick and Alexa with those sheriffs, absolutely deadly. Carol, however, has seemed to find that first pick. Bladestorm is online as well. Still got some of that util available. Cloudburst is going to give him a little bit of a cover. He's going to be able to dodge some of those martial shots that are thrown his way. Shock dart as well. He's going to have to dodge a lot of things at the same time, but he manages to find Pop's head. He's now the last player standing as Slick, doing so much with so little. That Sheriff is absolutely deadly in his hands. And another shot from that Marshall doesn't quite connect. Carl now has to take out 2 players. He doesn't have the spike. He's going to have to go pick it up. And only 10 seconds on the clock. So he has to make this work. Decides to go for a push onto Lamps. Only 20 HP left. But there's not enough time to plan. Takes a teleporter out. And that's a thrift coming through from Alexa, just by sheer amount of denying Knuckle the ability to get onto the site.
Oh, most certainly so. And I think that that is just a solid line of defense to put down. If you can make sure that spike will never ever get planted in the first place, if you can delay when necessary, because to my feeling you did see that popping up, right? The brimstone smoke to make sure there wasn't that direct push through. You can take away critical seconds from that attacking side, because on them the pressure rests to make sure they can actually get things planted on time. And that will create a scenario in which we see Alexa, Team Alexa even, getting that second round in. But so far, still a very, very close affair in my eyes. Still a very much toe-to-toe battle. Oh, look at that. Jerker finds not 1, but actually 2 kills. And that's great ultimate usage. Even if it's just 1 kill, it's one that you can be certain of, and one that is very worthwhile further down the line, especially now that Jerker can commit. Finds the 3rd, does not catch out the teleporter, but says, take this, you scallywag. Oh, Jerker will with some delayed bites. Okay, yep, it's right there. It's the spike down, and Slick will not move to get the 5th kill, but Excel luckily is right there to deny it. 3-3, and Team Alexa. Why did I say Excel? I just realized that the name is switched around. Oh my lord. That took me so like I just oh wow. That like I just want to come out for that one. Oh wow.
Well, it is switched around. Well? That's why I called it. Yes.
I have a perfect explanation for this.
Okay, I believe.
See, I love the fact that you believe me straight away, right? I don't even have to explain it in the first place. But in Belgium, you do have a name called. It is a name in Belgium, Axel. So
Axel,
I think maybe that tricked me up there. That's totally what I'm blaming it on. For the rest, let's pretend like I've never made that mistake before. Yeah.
But Jerka, just on fire last round, is using the information that the team gathered that there was actually only 1 member pushing Hookah to actually go through the teleport, and he's done it again. Trinster and Size were not ready for that one. He took those couple of round losses personally, and he's not here to play. He's hunting down those kills. They're even gonna get a read on where Carol is specifically. Slick doesn't manage to actually take him out, but it doesn't matter because, you know, Jorka's right on their trails. He knows exactly where they're going to be. Alexa's the only one onto the A side is gonna get taken out as well. Burley is trying to cover their bases, so he's looking to take out Javi, who is on the flank. It's a couple of tags through, but it's not enough. Does have the orbital strike available, however, so can come into play if they want to go for the defuse. They can play from a longer angle. Carol is going to be spotting out the rest of the players. He's going to have to back off. The plant, however, is been put down. So now all they have to do is just play back, wait for someone to actually tap it, but never mind, as both Jave and Jerka put absolutely throwing their plans down the drain. The orbital strike is not going to be available, and they're going to be able to get the defuse through.
Quite vital if you want to make your defending side work a charm. But eventually it will be there. Alexa, Team Alexa even, getting also the 3 members left alive. Great for their economy, and things should be continuously smooth sailing in that regard. Currently, I think when I look at the composition, at the team of just Team Alexa altogether, I see them going toe-to-toe with their opponents. I see Knuckle, however, sometimes finding that dent in the defense and still getting ahead. And you notice it as well in the fact that a spike was still planted. And that's kind of the issue. That spike getting planted, it shouldn't be planted anymore. It should be stopped in the first place, but that rocket fuse doesn't connect to anything, actually. Not a kill coming from it. So right now, the site execute is there. Team Knuckle moving ahead. Say getting first kill in the orbital strike. It will deal damage, but won't get a kill, and it actually puts Trincer in a position where he can get a kill in, but the trades are real, the returns are right there. It's a 2v2. Jave still coming into action just somewhat later, but Knuckle finding the drone. Just 6 left at this point. Can go for the battle. 3 kills already. Of course, still has that luxury of healing. Oh, dearie me. Yes, it will. It's the 4K. Let's go. And what a tense moment. It's the 4-4. They keep going back and forth.
So that was 2 orbital strikes, a showstopper, and the Seekers coming through. That kill, the final kill, actually gave Size the ability to get those Seekers coming through. And realistically, it shouldn't have been peaked. They should have just let it. But, you know, it's like in those tense moments, you might ever now and then actually go for those peaks. But the clock was ticking, was going down, so it wasn't actually necessary. But first orbital strike that was used actually to clear out lamps. Now, then the showstopper is going to come through. Yes, it doesn't quite connect with anyone on the site. Just hearing that sound cue and knowing that it's available is already pushing a lot of the members out of that A site, which then even allows them to just go in and get the plan, well, try to get the plan down. They then get taken down, so it doesn't really work. But now, as we're seeing this time around, it's not that much util coming through. And as I say that, the ultimate from Excella, the resurrection, is going to bring us like back to life, putting them in that advantageous position. And Jorka just stretching out that advantage even further as he puts down another member. And Knuckle this time around, they don't have their ultimates available. Both the Brim and the Raze are alive, but what can they really throw at them this time? Considering that the orbital strike and the showstopper have already been used, they're looking to push through lamps, but looks like Alexa's already aware exactly of where they want to be pushing. She can read them like a book. Even's gonna hear that sound cue. The ball is gonna drop, and it looks like Trincer was already expecting an X-ray vision coming through from both of these players. They're gonna get a couple of smokes down, and now they have to all go onto the A side. It's a whole mission that they need to execute. They're gonna be pushing Jade back just a little. Shock Dart's gonna come out and it's gonna connect. And 30 seconds on the clock. The Molly is gonna be making it impossible to plan. And Jade with the operator even got the spike down. So if anyone wants to go pick it up, they're gonna have to go through his wrath. Trincer does manage to take it out, but with 26 HP and a 1v3 and the clock ticking, can they do it? A right click will suffice. Coming through from Jerka. Trincer is put down, and it looks like once again the defenders, the Lexus team, are able to put 1 point on the board, and this is neck on neck.
Absolutely, they keep going just back and forth. This was at least a slightly more dominant round in my eyes that came out from the defender side with 3 people left alive. Again, economy preserved quite well. You can see on the opposing side that it's actually the other way around. Team Knuckle struggling somewhat, maybe giving Team Alexa the potential to go for the 6-4. I think it's most certainly there. Jerker comes in with a beautiful double that makes for a great spot. Taken down. That Team Alexa is in. Slick can find a double as well, and that makes just 1 person left. It's 1 Sage. And admittedly, Sage does have a res. You know, that's definitely an ability, that's definitely an option, but even then, a 2v5 still feels unwinnable. But Jerka in the back springs on out with the bomb pack, and that's a flawless round from the Team Alexa side. Fantastically done, and a 6-4. Not a super unexpected result in my eyes.
Yeah, just Jorka showing such an incredible performance on the Jet, and then being able to pull off these movements with the satchel packs on Raze as well. It's just incredible to see. The player is so incredibly versatile, that knows exactly when to switch up the style of play and how to push forward aggressively and when not to. And this is one of those, the attackers, so Knuckle here is going to be calling out the timeout. And I think this is genuinely something that you would expect them to call, because the last 2 rounds, so far it's been really close, but the last 2 rounds that they lost, it was so like convincing from the side of Alexa. They didn't leave them any scrambles, any crumbs on the floor that they can pick up and rebuild their strategy with. So this is genuinely expected from Knuckle, as they do have to kind of figure out where they want to go next.
Most certainly so, and I hope that this timeout can give them that chance. Get a battle plan together. I always find it important when you're on that attacking side that there is a strong, cohesive play. And if you can move as one unit, and if you can really line things up, if you can make sure that those abilities land at the right time so that everyone enables one another, that the brimstone smokes are good, that you can actually go onto a site and have it mostly cleared out by lure of utility alone, creating these easier 2v1 battles, for example, then there is a good chance that you will actually get a site, and with that perhaps a round, but still a very challenging factor. Slick now standing at the ready, spotted out the head, and Carol will be the first to fall. Defense is strong for now, and the Hunter's Fury on the defense. Fine Princer in the meantime. Knuckle, though, can return. Pop will fall, and it's a 4v3. But it's already quite a weakened Team Knuckle side.
Yeah, just getting that information that there's more than one player in Hookah that has given Jave that confidence to pop the Hunter's Fury, and now it's actually the showstopper that's gonna be coming through. It's gonna get a 3K because the rest that Knuckle wanted to invest was actually just expected, and Jerka just pushed up so aggressively already, waiting for that to come through. This is one of those rounds that Knuckle really had to win. Seeing the buys that they're coming on, and Slicer does win his isolated 1v1 against Jarvi, but it's now still a matter of getting onto the side with only 30 seconds on the clock. And Jerka seems to be rotating away from that B side. It looks like they aren't, as of yet, fully aware as to which side they want to be coming through, and it looks like both members from Alexa's team are on through the A side. This is the over rotations that killed them earlier on in the first game on Iron Spots that we saw. It's how they lost their rounds. This catch is going to come through. It's not going to actually cancel the plant, and now it's Sicey against Alexa. It's one-on-one. The Seeker is available once again, but Alexa's going to have that opportunity to come through. She's going to save it for the team. She's going to get the defuse through, and honestly, all good.
Honestly, though, I mean, the way that that went, still getting that win for Team Alexa is great, but that was a bit of an oopsie in my eyes from the Rays to come through. The paint shells didn't go the right way, and luckily the impact was found at the beginning. But all thanks to Alexa, things went well. 7-4, and Team Alexa altogether having that better round status at the moment. 3 rounds ahead, and as we enter the final round of this first half, I think that there's a good chance for Team Alexa to make this to 8-4, but it's going to come down to somebody like Jarve with that OP to come into place. But oh, be wary. You can all hear that there's a rocket fuse somewhere, and there it will be, although it doesn't lead to a kill. The entry is good. It's a 4v3. Team Knuckle, this should be doable for you guys, as utility is on the site and a lot of vision is denied. Pop stands at the ready, waits for an angle, waits for a player to be shown that the trapwire is triggered, but then the orbital strike to force players out of position, really well utilized. And plant for now denied. Stim Beacon comes through. Let's see Slick move at Ferrari-like speeds. Sadly, that won't happen. Baleen gets the kill in with the Bulldog. And that does indeed mean a quick side switch and a next round to pop on up.
Yeah, the orbital strike with the slow orb coming through from Knuckle. Oh my goodness. Pop had absolutely nowhere to go because you can't actually run on a slow orb. That's just impossible. So they were kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. And once they managed to get out of that orbital strike, Knuckle was absolutely ready. She knew where they're going to be popping out from him. Managed to get the kill. But now, switching sides. If Knuckle wants to equalize the playing field, this is the pistol round that they're gonna have to win. On that attacking side, regardless of the fact that it had those to-do lists and that they had the Sky, didn't actually work in their favor. But now, with the Sage on the defensive side, you're gonna have the ability to put up those walls just to delay them a little bit, but you're also gonna have to be worried about Jerka on the Rays because his paint shell so far have been absolutely incredible. You're gonna be spotting out Sicey quite early on. They know that there's going to be 4 players in Hook, and Knuckle's going to be able to make that call and give it through to their team. It's looking like they want to run through the smoke. They find Sicey with the right click. Knuckle is the only one on site so far. Slick and Jerka taking one apiece. Make that a 2k for Slick, and now Carol, the one player is standing in a 1v5 situation. It's going to be a pistol round, and they've already spotted him out. They know where he's going to be coming from, and it's the firing brigade that he's going to be having to deal with here.
The firing brigade. I thought that was Brimstone. No. Honestly, though, right now it's Alexa as a 1 unit that do a stellar job. A great start, 8 against 5. And Team Alexa that do maintain the advantage, that do extend it a little bit further for now. But currently, Team Knuckle will also be on the down low. Economy is just nowhere to be seen. Some pistols being upgraded, and that's kind of it. For the rest, Team Knuckle does not have the best of chances in this one, and I look forward to perhaps some sort of change up, some sort of difference that Knuckle can still make, playing the right angles. And you see Carol at least playing it close range, but the recon bolt, that's very unfortunate indeed. Eventually, the recon drone will be fragged out. Trinsa good on the Sheriff. The Sheriff, will it be lucky for more kills, or will it be just the one as Pop stands ready with the Spectre? Waits for a moment to show, but Berlin, that personal firing squad, so it seems Carol also to get an next kill. A very consistent and solid player. With the struggle from Team Alexa being real, and with them quickly deciding, yeah, you know what, let's not do the A side. Let's just go to B instead. And committing to that spike plant. Exactly, that's what the that's the opportunity that they create for the players. And now an after plant has been made. Will Berlin expect this aggressiveness? Sure, it looks like they won't immediately. The spray down is there, and Jave with a beautiful headshot at the end. 9-5, cutting it close. Only 23 HP as well. It's Team Alexa in a great spot. And maybe
it's starting off
the double digits.
Yeah, the round in itself started off a little questionable from the side of Knuckle. We saw Carol trying to dash away from the recon bolt and put down the cloudburst, but instead they put down the cloudburst that didn't actually cover the recon bolt, and they dashed into a wall. So I got a little scared, but thankfully for Carol, Trinster was ready with the Sheriff. Actually catch Jerka completely off guard. Don't think he genuinely expected another player to be there. So that's already 1 member down, and they actually had the Spectre, so that was a really expensive round for them. Like, in terms of guns that they had available, they no longer do. And Knuckle, on the other hand, they're gonna actually be able to get a full buy through. We're seeing a Spectre here specifically, not all usual available for Sage either, but still, it's gonna be better than Alexa's buy. So if they win this, it's gonna have to be a thrifty. Carol's already starting it off, gets the first one. There's a Sky Dart coming through as they trying to pick out much more of that information. Knuckle is going to spot a couple of players. Alexa does manage to take him down, and Slick once again with that Sheriff. What can he do on it? And another 2k coming through for Slick. Sagewell is going to make it absolutely impossible for Berlin to actually try and stop the plant, as he's going to have to ring around the rosies, wrap around, and try to push through his own smokes as well as the Cypher Cage. It's going to be giving away the audio cue, but it drops. It's going to get spotted out. Trinster does manage to get the first pick off. It's going to throw out the paint shells. Not going to connect with quite anyone. Alexa's going to go for the peek. Is going to be put down. He now has 21 HP left. It's a 2v2 situation. Lower on the HP from the side of Knuckle. And that's the orbital strike that's going to be coming through as a Cypher camera tags them out. They're not going to be able to go for that defuse. Trinster gets one, gets the other. And that's all he needed to do. 21 HP still. And he's going to be able to get that win on the board for his team.
Unbelievable. And even when you thought at the end that orbital was going to do everything, it still didn't account for the fact that a player like Trinsa was absolutely popping off. Managed to get such a critical double kill and a beautiful 4k in total, by the way. A timeout then to return from the Team Alexa side. I love to see that, by the way, that even at this level, teams are still committing to using a timeout and to making sure that they have that luxury that they can take that time and that they can actually get their act together. I think it's even more important for your attacking side. If it works for your attacking side, if you can get a good plan together, then I think you can really, really make something fantastic happen. But it is still so challenging. It is still so tough. Team Alexa will have to pull out the best strategies, and they'll have to make sure that right now they find some way to deal with the strong retakes, I think, that Team Knuckle is also showing.
Yeah. Alexa, you know, Pop, that's managed to get the read on that they're trying to go for, that defuse. The orbital strike there, I say, was a couple of milliseconds too early. They could have just waited it out a little. They didn't even need to go for the peak. They could have waited for when they actually tapped the bomb to try and peak at the same time. So that was a really unfortunate situation to be in. They're not at the double digits yet, but in terms of firepower here available, there looks to be a judge in the mix coming through. Lysa looking to hold on to Herka with his dear life, but as of now, Alexa's team hasn't actually decided where they want to push. It's looking more like a strong hover towards the A side with one player on to B, pretty default if I do say so myself, trying to find as much information as possible. And from that sound key, we can tell that the Cloudburst has, the Blade Storm has been activated as they're looking to push out maybe a little bit more aggressively and punish Alexa's team for the amount of time that it's taking them to actually decide what side they want to go on. We need to take that into consideration, right? Because if the time starts running down, you're in a really awkward position when you only have 30 seconds left on the clock and you want to commit, especially if Carol has already taken out Jave.
And it looks like that judge you mentioned might be coming into play soon enough. Cisse stands at the ready and sprays it down. Jerker to pull already the 3v5, but Pop
I'm out of stuff.
can make for a bit of a return. They will be able to push closer to that B side, you would say, but you can notice some understandable fright as they dive into the teleporter and they all commit to that boss position instead, to the A site. A daring move, if you ask me, and a quick rotation that comes through from Team Nungle. Yeah, Trins, you would have said that he could have done a lot, and it's actually Carol that comes through, dead on target. Those knives are powerful, all right.
10 seconds
Brimstone,
left.
last man standing to take, I think, a lot of knives going his way in a moment. And there they are. Carol with a 4K, 7-9, Team Knuckle. This is a beautiful, beautiful comeback that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, so Alexa's team so far, they've been really good at just running it down onto that site, and they've also been really good at the defensive aspect of this map. But now we're flipping the script. They're on the attacking side, and they're really struggling at finding what pace they should be playing at. When they're playing it too slow, like we saw right now, Carol goes on an absolute killing spree and just running around the map trying to really find who they should be taking out. And they're finding those picks left, right, and center, and it's just really scary to fight Alexa. Now they are going to be forced on the eco, and Carol once again starting it off incredibly slow, incredibly strong. The molly and the shock dart, and I'm pushing him away just a little, but Trincer, as he tries to take out that Pain Shell, is going to be taken down. Berlin takes Pop out of the equation as well, and although Jave manages to take one player out from the side of Knuckle, this eco round, frenzy in hand, just him and Alexa left. Is it going to be enough? Because Carol is online.
Absolutely. So Carol definitely on a roll so far, it seems like. And Team Alexa, on the other hand, just continuously struggling. You can notice they have a hard time finding their way in, even in the situations then that they can get a spike plant down. You've seen Knuckle at times that pull off crazy afterplant wins and crazy, crazy diffusers. For now, though, we wait a little while longer as 30 seconds remain on the clock, and Team Alexa,
30
it's
seconds
now or
left.
never if they do want to make a move. A recon bolt will come through, but it doesn't scan.
One enemy remaining.
Cisse to get the battle with Alexa, and Carol to take the last kill. 8-9, the defending side. Team Knuckle, what a beautiful comeback. And that streak that they have right now, it's getting bigger and bigger with every round. I think already we're looking at
One enemy remaining.
3 or 4 at this point.
But also one really important thing here is that Alexa's team was just on that eco, right? So now they're going to be coming through with that full buy, maybe even lacking a little bit of util considering how many rounds they have lost in a row. Whereas Knuckle, if Alexa loses this round, is going to be tied up equally. They still have enough reserves because of the amount of rounds they won time and time again to actually be losing them in a row. They're going to have enough reserves to buy again, even if they lose this round. So Alexa has to make this not just a win, but it has to be a really, really clean win for them, holding on to as many weapons as possible to be able to stay in it for the long run.
And it's all about the long run. Maybe the long run can still go the way of Team Alexa. A repeat from Slick is good. And all the repeats do seem to happen. One player is left, and that's Berlin. The Brimstone, the 1v2. Can he do this? Oh, but that res timing was a bit tough, but Alexa can get it to go through. We will see the 10-8 double digits achieved after all. And Team Alexa standing at the ready, being in a comfortable position, but still with Knuckle hot on their tail.
Yeah, looking at the buys that Alexa's going to be coming through right now would be really nice to have a quick check, considering the fact that we mentioned earlier they have to win it, but it has to be a clean win. There we go. We're seeing a Spectre. We're seeing a Judge as well coming through. So it's not the cleanest in terms of buys, and they're probably lacking a little bit in terms of util as well, which isn't going to be the best situation to be in because, like we said, Knuckle lost the last round. All good. We're buying once again. They can afford to, if Knuckle actually wins this round, Alexa's just back to square one, where they once again are going to be forced on an economy, and that's going to allow Knuckle to really stretch that lead and to really catch up to them and just make it, just punch them exactly where it's going to hurt. So now, Alexa seems that they haven't as of yet decided what site they want to be going through. The Seekers are going to be coming through, so that's going to be giving some sort of initial information, and instead of going on to B site, they have decided, instead of going on to A side, actually, they've decided that B is where they want to be, besides once again with the Judge holding that really tight angle. The drone this time, however, is going to be able to spot them out, but they're a little too early. Slick is going to give that trade, though. That's Jerka out of the picture. That raised the util no longer available, so they're going to have to find a way to jump out of Hookah, which is always incredibly difficult, especially when there's a crossfire, but doesn't matter because Carol's already taken out of the picture. Knuckle is the only one left onto the side. Gets one, but Pop comes through. Neural Theft is going to give away the information on where the rest of the team is going to be hiding. Orbital Strike is going to delay the plant. They still have 20 seconds, so that's more than enough time to come through. The Sheriff not working for Berlin's favor this time. But Trinster, he's trying to make it hurt. He's going to get the Orbital Strike out once again in this familiar 1v2 situation, but this time it goes his way.
Absolutely insane round coming in yet again. Also, all the ultimates in the world, it seemed like, but that's also due to Brimstone's Orbital Strike being such a very obvious and very present ultimate to see. I also want to highlight the Neural Theft that came through from the Cypher. That gave away the position of the player just early on, pushing ahead via the hallway. And you saw the player on the attacking side actually standing at the ready and waiting in elbow for that player to pop up. And when they did, he had the read on it. He could get the kill. Exactly. Those kind of things are what you need to make your attacker side, or to just make a site defense work. And obviously, once that spike is planted, then the defense does kind of turn around, right? It's the attackers defending and it's the defenders attacking. And that's what we saw happen there very clearly. Worked a charm and makes for Team Alexa to have the 11-8.
Yeah, they're now only 2 rounds away from that match point, and Knuckle, if they want to go for the draw, they do have to win 4 in a row just to make sure that it doesn't hurt too much. This time, once again, Alexa were like slowing down on that pace in terms of how quickly and how fast they want to go somewhere. Knuckle is going to get that res coming through on the Jet, which means that they know that a couple more members are on the B side. And once again, Sizel with the Judge cleans out, drops a spike. It's gotta be stuck in Hookup. Pop knows where he's positioned, manages to get the pick off. The rest of the members now have arrived. Pop is looking to make it work in his favor. Gets Knuckle, but that's about all he's gonna be able to get. Berlin
30 seconds left.
Takes him out, and gonna have to do a little bit of a ring around the rosy. They're gonna have to go back to that A site if Alexa wants to make this work. The spike is now in their hands, and it's looking like the better pick to go for.
Absolutely so. Still a very tough 1v2 that he's got to hold. Has one shock dart on him, I believe, and that's kind of it. Maybe if he catches this off angle on Berlin, there will be a chance. Maybe, though. And there it will be indeed, Jave, to come through. But the knives, the blade storm from Carol, they should be so powerful. And of course, now the position is known. But Jave, what a beautiful play. The 12-8, and dearie me, deservedly achieved. But I really thought that that blade storm was going to be the death of him. It doesn't happen, however, and we will see the match point achieved. The lads from Team Alexa stand strong, stand ready to perhaps finish out this best of one.
Yeah, Knuckles' team also putting on an incredible performance. We've seen them earlier. They weren't looking too good, but it feels like Bind is more of one of those maps that they're more comfortable with. So a bit of a smaller, you know, map in general. Getting a couple of those teleporters available, and Carl is going to be spotted out right away. Once again, going to have to dash back to safety. Shock Dart's not going to connect or do any damage. Cloud Burst going to give him just a bit more safety in terms of being able to rotate and turn his back on the opponents, but that is the showstopper coming through from Jarka, and it's not going to find anyone. However, Slick is going to be finding Carol's. A lot of space and aggression just coming through that showstopper. Buying, sure, doesn't find a kill, but it's made so much space for the team that they now are more than comfortable getting onto the site. Sizing with the judge once again getting a big 100 sphere is going to be invested as well. Doesn't quite find anything. Knuckle is now looking to contest lamps. Berlin with the Brimmy with a stimmy isn't going to find anyone. Is going to break the stage wall, but it looks like Alexa has booked it with the spike. Everything and the kitchen sink has been thrown at them. Because the only one left standing does take Size out of the equation. The rest of the team is more than comfortable onto the B site.
But that's it.
And
that's
the win.
The Team Alexa win. They come through and they put themselves in such a strong position immediately. Grabbing my notepad with it, you know, I've been keeping track of those scores as well. 6 points in total for Team Alexa. This puts them in a very, very solid spot for the rest of these group stages. But honestly, I just wanted to highlight there as well, right? But here you see, by the way, those scores again. Group 8, Team Alexa, as I said, 6 points. Team Scarrow coming in close with 4 points. Still has potential of overtaking Alexa, but he will have to beat that team in the next round. Honestly, though, I wanted to highlight at the end there. I don't know if you, I mean, I assume you noticed it because you are, just like me, a very big brain caster, obviously. That lurk there from the Rays, just to stay in that lamps position and to actually catch out 2 players by surprise. I loved seeing that. That was such a great play. Honestly, I look forward to
look forward to casting more. Well, you know, your wish is the production's command, as next game actually is going to be Alexa against Scarrow. So I think this is the one that is really going to be pushing Alexa forward if she does manage to get this win here on the next game. Or even if they get a draw, she's still going to be ahead of Scarrow. So that is a really, really exciting game to be looking forward to. But I think like the sound cue when someone does take the teleporter should have alerted them that it wasn't every single player who took it. You should have kind of keep track of it and maybe counted. But they weren't expecting Jerka there, and Jerka did so incredible on the Rays. Really showed up and showed off that he can. It's not just the jet that he's comfortable with. It's the Rays, it's the movement, it's the satchels, it's the paint shells, it's the showstopper. Like, he knows what he's doing. And that was absolutely beautiful to see. And not to take anything away from Knuckles' team, I think they did really well as well. And there's a lot of beautiful rounds and beautiful util usage, clutches that we've seen come through, but it just wasn't enough.
No, sadly, it just doesn't quite get as close. And it obviously, as we saw on the ranking, also puts Team Knuckle in a position where they still have 0 points. A right shame, but for the Team Knuckle fans at home, don't worry. There's still a way to get certain teams that lose out into the competition, into those finals. If you put !wildcard in the chat, you can actually get some information about that and what you can do as a very, very big fan, of course, of your favorite streamers to make your voice heard. And for the rest, of course, there's also exclamation mark HyperX, because we do have the lovely people from HyperX sponsoring and just celebrating, supporting this tournament.
Yeah, and also Wrocław City also making this possible, as well as HyperX. So thank you guys both for doing this. But we will be back shortly, as we're going to be heading into the promised match. We're going to be taking a really quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, everyone, and hello to the League stream of Valorant. And I'm Ginny, your caster for today with RJ. If you're new here, oh, it's actually not mirrored. I actually got it right the first time with RJ here today, who is the other incredible caster. We have actually just witnessed Alexa's team take a win against Team Knuckle, which so far puts Knuckle at about 0 points. Unfortunately for them. But Alexa, however, she is taking the lead with 2 wins, and that means a total of 6 points. And they're going to be battling it out in the next game against Scaro, who is right on her heels with a total of 4 points after 1 win and 1 draw. RJ, how are you feeling about this one?
Oh, I'm very excited for this one. I think that this might actually be the one that carries the most impact due to the fact that this will decide first and foremost if it will be Scaro or, of course, Team Alexa taking that lead. And obviously, you know, for that last match, we will still see Team Alexa popping on up. But Scaro basically has to win this one if he still wants to have a solid shot at that second place spot. And it seems like we're getting a new map. Again, this time, it's going to be split. So far today, we've seen Ascent, we've seen Iceblock, we've seen Bind, and now we move to Split. I like that map.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of it.
I like it too.
I like how people can play around mid on it as well. I find that is quite an important factor for me, mid control, and just really seeing how teams tend to pull that up. I'm also quickly going to pull up that map again. I've got like 3 monitors, so I always make use of that, and I always like pulling up that map just in case, because you can kind of get a better visualization of how teams play on it. And, you know, right away, whenever I think of that map as well, as I said before, that mid control, plus I think that Sua's angle, I really like that one. You do see it utilized, but it can create such cheeky plays. I like Split. It's a nice map. I also I just like the way it looks. I like the general vibe.
Well, I'm glad that you like it, and just remember, guys, this has been brought to you by HyperX and Wrocław City. So you can do !HyperX in the chat so you can find out more about the partners of today's stream. But Split in particular, I think because it's such a defensive heavy map, because you have the different elevations on the sides. It's not just like a clean one side that you can run onto. There's a lot of different off angles that you can hold. You can even try and, you know, a sit and mill with a shorty or with a judge. I feel like a lot of people love to do that, and it's absolutely disgusting, but it works time and time again. So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams are going to be playing out. But I think you're absolutely right in terms of that mid control. I think it's so crucial to be able to have that mid control, to be able to make sure that you're not losing it too quickly, too early on, and preferably not at all, because if you do, it kind of leaves that B side wide open to taken from heaven. But also, it gives the opposing team the opportunity to actually go through vents, get on to that A site as well. So you're going to be watching your front and your back, which again is not a position you want to be in, or if anything, you're going to have to fall back and actually give them a lot of space, which again, not really something you want to be doing if you are on that defensive side. So interesting to see. And similarly, however, I want to actually discuss that on the attacking side, if you lose that mid control, you're actually leaving yourself open for flanks. Whether they're going to be coming through from sewers, or whether they're going to be coming through from the main, they can decide whichever area they want to be pushing you through. And that is something that these teams really need to be looking out for. So Scaro and Alexa, so far the 2 strongest teams we have been seeing competing in the tournament here today. But I do want to say that in terms of that mid control on Ascent, it did feel a little lacking coming through from Scaro, whereas Alexa actually hasn't played on a map that had a mid yet.
Oh, interesting. Very curious to see how that one will pan out. Team Alexa versus Scaro, I think, as I said before, is just kind of that championship matchup almost, right? You see these 2 teams, you see them both pop up. I'm excited to get into this, and I'm excited to see them take things out on each other and kind of see who will actually hold on to that lead. Scaro can get the 3 points, but Team Alexa can also most certainly get 3 points. And as I said before, Team Alexa would be in a great spot with that 9 points. That is a clear winner in the grand total. But that second spot would still be up in the air. But by the looks of it, though, and by the sounds of it, it is time for us to dive into the game. It is time to see who will win this out. Will it be Team Alexa to take the whopping 9 points in total? You heard that right. Or will it be Scarrow to come back and actually return, get the 7 points, and make Alexa battle a little bit harder for the final match that we will be seeing today after this one?
Yeah, also in terms of Alexa's team, they have just come off of that, adrenaline rush. They just won the game against Knuckle, so they might be bringing some of that into the game, or if anything, they could be a little tired. And NYW starting it off really strongly with the 2 picks already taken. The Boombot is gonna be a little distraction. Jerka's gonna manage to take him down, but that's already 2 members lost, and that allows the rest of the team to just freely get onto the B side. Tripwire is gonna be taken, and there's gonna be initial connection between Pop, and that's not gonna be enough as the plant is gonna be going down.
And just like that, it is an advantageous situation created for Team Scarrow. Jerka, however, balances things out player-wise, but Albala and Sensitive returning even heavier. It's a 1v2 that remains, and Pop cannot win the battle. Team Scarrow take the pistol round. They take the first round. And I think right now that's exactly something that they were waiting on. They need to get that strong start, that strong position versus Team Alexa, and make sure, or I would say almost hope actually, that Alexa loses out on the final match of today if they want to get that #1 spot coming their way.
Yeah, and also in terms of, what we've seen so far coming through from Alexa, they would never actually win the first pistol round. It happens time and time again, and this time Pop is going to be spotted out. It does have that little shorty available. It's going to reposition just a little, but they know where he is, and Guiding Light is going to come through, is going to blind him, so they know where he is going to be hiding. Jerka's going to get tagged as well. They do, however, spot out the Sage, but decide to back off because it's getting a little risky. And again, NYW, second round, right after the pistol, he always takes up that Vandal.
I mean, just knows how to play with it really well, I suppose. It just works. And here you see it again, Jerka to go down as well. A great entry from Team Scarrow, and New just goes for it again. But now, Javel thinks, that's actually a pretty free Vandal for me. Thank you very much.
Shiny.
Takes that. Yeah, Shiny takes that with a happy hands, I think, and will at least put the Frenzy down because he runs out of bullets on the Vandal. Very unfortunate. And that does mean that the Headhunter from Chamber finds impact instead. As in the meantime, the spike is ticking down. And Pop will be caught out by Sensi TV. 2-0 so far for Scarrow, but we've seen a start like this time and time before. That 2-0 means nothing, relatively speaking. That can get turned in a mere moment. As right now, Sensi TV is making smileys on the wall. Classic 2 dots and 1 swipe. At least that's how I always make my smileys when I'm playing.
It's a work of art. What can I say?
Yeah.
Beautiful. But you're absolutely right. Alexa's team never really get off on that strong foot. It's always like a momentum that they try to find throughout like the mid stages of the game. And Slick and Jake both found a couple of frags for themselves, and the spike is also spotted onto the side. They're going to be pushing it out aggressively, and the pain shells are going to be forcing them back even further. So it's going to be almost impossible for them to really retrieve that spike. They know that Mata has gone back into the corner. They're going to be actually twinging him out as well. And Drake is going to come in for a bit more of that aggressive play to slow up for now. Buying them a little bit of time. It's going to be a bit of a spraying through that smoke, and that's a bit of a running and gunning, but it doesn't work out for Mata this time. Flawless round from Alexa, and that's what we want to see when you have that superior buy coming in.
Absolutely beautiful and great enough on the return. You can see the impact straight away. Jave doing a lot of the work, and Jerka then with the chaser and the double in return. Of course, that is the classic duo that comes into mind when you look at Team Alexa. Jerka and Jave, those two put in so much of the work. They get so much of the, or so many of the kills even. As right now, a new round will commence. And it will be Team Scarrow, I think, economically with a bigger struggle, but no, that doesn't seem to be the case. I can definitely hear a Vandal over there, and I can see Albala getting a kill with a Phantom. It's a good start from Team Scarrow to come through. With some pain shells on the chaser, on the follow, and a Tasmanian Tiger looking for a certain raise hiding in upper mid.
I love the accuracy of the animal that has been thrown out. You know, most of the time I just go like, what the dog doing? But no, it's a Tasmanian tiger, guys. Just RJ is absolutely
out
correct. Yeah, it's education. It's educational session here. You know your animals. This is like middle school all over again.
Yeah, don't ask me what kind of bird Scarrow throws out, though. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I would say pigeon, but honestly, it doesn't look like a pigeon.
I think
the easiest one to think of.
Yeah, if I'm thinking of like a bird that has to just rush out and blind people, a pigeon is not the type of bird that I would think of personally. Oh, good paranoia, by the way, from Slick that comes through in the meantime. And Scarrow, Team Scarrow, even executing on that A site. They're moving ahead. Got Slick, though, keeping his angle steady, but can't win the battles. Yep, he, along with Jive, goes down. And that will be the 2v4. Team Scarrow, I wanted to say in a better position, but being mindful of Alexa, pushing ahead, but not quite finding the second kill. Only Pop left, and, well, Pops, that's just not a favorable situation, so it seems. Tries to go for the battle, will find the kill on Sensi TV. But a 1v2 remains. Pop still has a lot of retaking to do, and Albala will have no patience for such things. 3-1. It's Team Scarrow that stands strong.
Yeah, that was really, really, really unfortunate because that was actually a dink, but it was with the Phantom. So Slick didn't get the kill, but instead he got dinged with the Vandal, which did put him down. So that could have actually played out incredibly differently. But yeah, he even swapping to the Vandal right now. He's absolutely done with the Phantom. He's like, no more. My friendship with the Phantom has ended. Vandal is my best friend right now. And they're gonna have to try and make this work because they're already 2 rounds down. And if they lose this one, their economy is gonna be an absolute shambles. And they're gonna have to be forced onto an eco round, which is something that you don't really want to be on. And I'm gonna spot out Slick initially. But once again, a lot of the members are going towards the B site. They still have at least one player from the side of Alexa that's looking for that mid control. They have a couple of wires set up from the side of the Cypher as well to help with anyone that's looking to get into vents. And that Jiggle Peak a little risky, but that one way allows Pop to get the first pick of the round, securing them a little bit of a numbers advantage, which now they're going to have to try and capitalize off of. Once again, a Jiggle Peak coming through doesn't actually quite connect with that Blade Storm. So he's going to be able to get back to safety, but that is such a disgusting Cyber Cage playing against. He finds Sensitivity. That's another player down, and that Cyber Util really paying off.
And that will be Team Alexa on that strong return, especially as Jave gets a fantastic double. Just one player left. The Astra on the Team Scarrow side. And oh, the knife coming through. No way.
Beautiful.
Oh my lord. That did not just happen. That did not just happen through the cosmic divide.
It did it.
And
that was great.
Wow. At least if you are going to get a knife, get it in style, they say. And if that isn't a perfect example of it, then yeah, I don't know what is.
I would be a little tilted if that was me, but you know what? It's okay. Pop did manage to get that trade coming through, so they did actually end up winning the round. And this time, it's looking like Scarrow are the ones in a bit of a deficit in terms of money and credits to be able to even get any of that firepower online. Cloudburst is gonna be popped, and YW looking to see whether or not he can get any picks with the Judge, actually, this time. Looking for that mid-control, something we haven't seen them do as of yet, as they seem to be more comfortable going with that default one on sight. And as he walks in, JB finds his forehead, gets taken out of the equation. The Bladestorm from Jerka is going to be trying to connect, but doesn't quite find anything. He's now Gonna have to rely on that shorty as all knives are offline. Now Bala, rather low here once again, and trying to cross that mid-section, but that's incredibly difficult. Jerka picks up the judge. Alexa takes off the kneecaps. Well, Bala has been put down. Scar is the only one left standing alongside the Sage, and they have to decide where they want to go because not only are they getting pinchered, it's also the clock is ticking. Sensitivity, okay.
Down B.
Well, that says quite enough, doesn't it? Sadly, though, that one sensitivity or sensitivity, that name has, you know, that's been tripping me up.
It's been difficult.
Yeah, but that one kill was sadly a mere one-time showing type situation, as Team Alexa will still far out get the frags and get the kills and eventually get the round. As currently, they stand 3-3. This is an equal footing with one another. And I think that right now, as there is a wall ready to be popped, there will be a good delay for that middle position, but the wall is actually immediately pushed through. And that does mean Alexa having to go toe-to-toe with her opponents. But luckily for her, they fall back relatively quickly. Dive into the sewers instead. And a certain Tasmanian tiger won't directly find any sort of connection.
Yeah, the Tasmanian tiger, however, is going to be put out. You know, they're now, once again, a lot of the members from the side of Alexa, however, are pulled towards B side. And this is something we've seen them do as well in a couple of their games, where a couple of rounds they just really go for those over-rotations. But this time, it's okay because Slick has found the spike. Now is on a 1v1, does manage to get NYW down to 30 HP. He does know as well where that spike is, as we did drop it onto A side. The tripwire is going to be destroyed, so that's also going to be giving away some of that information, the sound cues from the sewers, helping it just from Vents, helping Jerka just a bit more in terms of determining where they might be coming from. The Skybird is going to flash him completely. He's going to try to go for the spray while completely blind. That actually works out in his favor. He finds NYW as well. And the defenders win a round 4-3 in favor of Alexa.
And this could be that turning point, as currently Team Scarrow a one-round disadvantage, but admittedly, we're also invested quite a lot. And that's, I think, the main issue. Economically, things aren't going to be looking well, and here you see it right away. There is a judge in the hands of Neo, though, so that is something coming through at least. That is something helpful. But still, even that one player on the judge, Neo, I think, has a lot of work left to do. And I also find the judge to actually be more of a defensive weapon than anything. But maybe Neo will prove me wrong. Look at the way that he's checking his angles. Location, however, revealed by the spy cam dart. And now in a bit of a tough spot, as there's a lot of pressure coming through. And that spy cam dart, it just keeps on going. The paint shells from Jave will finish the job. 5v4. It's Team Alexa that have gotten their first kill in, and that have maybe just shown Team Scarrow that got to be wary. But the rocket fuse, oh, it's ill-timed. It is so ill-timed.
Yeah.
Bit of a yikes.
A little bit wonky.
No?
Yeah, a bit of a yikes, but also a little wonky in terms of the satchels not quite giving them an advantage in terms of positioning, but also in terms of movement that they needed and with why they actually used those satchels. So that was a little unfortunate coming through, but Obama now is looking to get something. Jerka does manage to take him out. Operator now available. Has been for a bit, but it hasn't been put to use as of yet. It's 30 seconds on the clock. And Scarrow hasn't even decided what side they want to be on. They're just huddling mid. They're just really slowly walking up forward. And the time is ticking. It doesn't look like they're going to have enough to actually clean all the corners and go on to the side that they want to.
They do make an opening on Heaven, however. That's B, at least free to approach without Cypher, though. Or with Cypher, I should more say. Oh, the Sage Wall is good. At least a bomb plant is found, but Jerka right on the target, right on the money. Can get the kill. Won't even take the defuse. Would have almost said that for the ability point that you get for the ultimate point, it could have been helpful, but I assume that Jave will also be quite close to a Cypher ult himself. as right now it stands 5-3, and it's Team Alexa that keep on moving ahead. That do keep that positive trend going, but Team Scarrow should be getting a new chance to make things work their way. A new chance to maybe stop out Team Alexa again. Anything's possible in my eyes.
Of course. I mean, at the end of the day, this is Valorant. You know, it's a very momentum-heavy based game, and if you just manage to find that momentum, you might as well capitalize off of it and get a couple of W's rolling in this time. It's B side. It looks like the B side is the side that Scarrow is absolutely dead set on, and it doesn't look like they want to change their strategy in terms of where they want to push and where they don't.
And
It doesn't seem to be working out for them.
Absolutely. So for now, Albala, I always like that top-down Astra view that you get, you know, just overlooking the entire map and just dotting out Gravity Wells, Nebula here and there. Absolutely so.
Ooh.
But hey, the Chestmaster seems to have a bit of bite to them as well. Gets a kill, and that will be a good return from Team Scarrow for now. 4v4, and still ample opportunity. Time ticking down, however. Oh, but look at this position that Jerker is taking. Has pushed through toward the spawn area. Catches out the spike carrier, no less. That is unfortunate, and that's going to have to mean a sewer read take, and the read is great. Jerker finds that player, won't get the kill straight away, but can keep holding down this angle with the operator. The dash is fantastic, and the Omen support comes through. Slick to kill the second to last player on the Team Scarrow side. And Jace thinks, yeah, I kind of want to throw my rocket fuse again. So picks up a new ability point.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, in this 1v3 situation, it's gonna be rather difficult with only a couple of seconds left on the clock, and going for that safe call, I feel like that is the correct thing to do, because you don't have enough time to plant. You only have like 4 seconds left, and realistically, are you gonna be getting 3 kills in 4 seconds? So beautiful start play coming through as well from Jerka with that operator. Just, this is what we've seen kind of Scarrow do time and time again, where they commit to the B side and then halfway through they decide to rotate. And this time, Alexa has just pushed up so fast forward, and Jerka was so aggressively pushed forward that he was able to catch them off on those rotations, but at the same time, he also is able to give the team the information they need as whether or not that rotation was going to be coming through. So everyone was able to rotate on the exact correct timing.
Get out of my way.
And it just played out in their favor. So Scarrow, they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how they would be countering this.
To me, Jerker really feels like an all-star of a teammate. Getting all that info, getting all those frags, like you say. Just a really solid performance, and opens it up again. See, the hype just is deserved. Oh, with the shorty going that hard. Dearie me, Jerker. Leave some kills for the rest of your team. So right now, Jave then takes that position instead. Looks and waits for players to pop up. Can actually surprise somebody in the back. And Scarrow of Team Scarrow, yeah, you should see the pattern there, being the only one able to surprise. 2v3, and maybe Jave to come in with the next few set of kills the moment those players come out of sewers, but the timing, look at this. Cross can definitely be there, and that gives a better chance to Scarrow, because obviously Jave wasn't holding the angle anymore, so loses the advantage. And with the Sage Rest coming through, that's a 2v3. That's actually Team Alexa. Unfortunate. And having to deal with one man less until Jerker. Exactly. The 4K, a bit too much to ask. Jerker just repositioning like any good sniper should do. And the time on this actually...
Oh, is it going to be the ace?
Nope. It will be the ace.
Is.
Jerker comes on through. Beautifully done. But the time was the actual factor there. It was the fact that that plant, it was attempted, but I think then the realization came through for the Sage. Wait a minute. I don't have the time. And in the meantime, we'll get these replays. Jerker, absolute playmaker of that round, and Jave also finding definite impact kills. But here you see it, they're already 1 second on the clock, so that plant was never going to happen anyway. And then you see the Blade Storm come through, well that just adds insult to injury.
Yeah, and this time those paint shells are going to be forcing them away a bit further. Boombot also not making it easy to get in there, and Jave gets one, gets another. Once again, the paint shells are online. Gonna be used. Gonna try and get a 30. Wants an ace of his own. Showstopper is now available. He's gonna get the quadra. It's now only one player left, and that is a back-to-back ace for Alexa.
Wow.
What is going
Last round
on?
in the half.
I can't even. Team Alexa, I know I said earlier leave some kills for the rest of them, but never mind. Insanity, and this is going to be a beautiful replay to behold. The first, the second, then the follow-up, the chaser to get the triple, the rocket fuse to get the fourth, and Jave coming through with the last clean spray to get the ace. Excellent, excellent play. Jerka and Jave name a better duo that we've seen so far in this.
I've got your trail.
Oh, did you see that?
That is
that's just
a little
unfortunate.
unfortunate. A little.
I mean, hey,
but what
things-
else is unfortunate is
things can't keep
Mata
going
going
well.
down. Yeah. Sometimes it's Oh! Spray down in
Spike
mid,
down
but Jerk
A.
on the other side of the map. More than comfortable with that operator. Even has a spike right in front of his nose, so he's just gonna be holding that angle, waiting for anyone to be pushing through. But the rest of the action is happening in mid, and Slick gets a piece of the pie himself. Every single teammate so far has popped off, and he
Switching
wants to join the
sides.
party.
Understandably so. And the party definitely seems to be going hard on the Team Alexa side, if you ask me. 9-3. And by the way, if you look at the scoreboard, a 8-round streak that Team Alexa put down. Yeah, you heard that right. 8 rounds. Oof, indeed. Stellar plays. And Team Scarrow just struggling, really. That's the only way I can put it. 9-3 in a round count means that Alexa is looking at a quite favorable situation for the second half to have started.
But also, in terms of the pistol round, it has to be won by Scarrow, because if Scarrow doesn't win this pistol round, it's gonna be putting Alexa onto the double digits. And after having 2 aces back-to-back, it's really scary to be dealing with. And Jav is already pushing out incredibly aggressive on male. The gravity well is gonna be making it that much more difficult for them to actually push through. Already, a lot of the members are incredibly low, but Slick starts off as well. Jerka getting another one. Sensitivity trying to equalize the playing field, but it's just not working out. As Scarrow himself is been put down. It's looking like the spike is going to be planted, and that quick run, that rush B strat coming in clutch, helping and allowing Alexa to secure the double digits. As Mata is now pushed back into the smoke, and Jorka puts him out of his misery.
Deary me, just the fact that you put it like that, I think that kind of says enough, right? Putting them out of their misery. Team Scarrow, I can imagine that there's definitely a feeling of misery right there. This is one of the biggest advantages that we've seen coming through yet, and it shouldn't be too big of a surprise that it's by the hands of Team Alexa. They have been performing absolutely excellently so far. I dare say that Team Alexa is definitely one we will be seeing coming back in the grand final, actually. I'm just going out and saying that right away, just as Jerka goes out and goes to the fight. The Spectre.
Oh.
Great kills to come through, although there was one return, but the Chamber gets punished. Mata to
Looking
fall.
for the ace once again.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, but Slick denies it. The steal.
Slick. That
steal.
wasn't very slick of you.
Or maybe it was, depending on how you look at it.
Maybe it was.
Here.
Honestly, though, do you think that that's too bold of a statement to make? That it will be Team Alexa definitely going to the playoffs, going to that grand final, perhaps?
Here.
I think if Team Alexa has that ability to start the games as strongly as they finish them, then yes. But if they don't, then it's going to be really scary, because if you do lose a couple of rounds against a more seasoned or a more experienced team, then it's going to be really difficult for you to get that lead back on track. So I think definitely if they have that opportunity and if they have that ability to really get it on lock and key, sure, we can see them in the finals. They work really well together. And they've been doing absolutely incredible, and they know how to play and how to adapt accordingly. This time they're looking to take NYW out of the picture. Sensitivity is also trying to help a couple of wall banks coming through, but Paranoia is going to force them all the way back down into sewers and defense. Sensitivity is looking to crawl their way out of it and try to make this work in some way, shape, or form. But these slow orbs are absolute a nightmare. Popping Albala as well. 2 players already down from the side of Sparrow. They are on a better buy, so you'd expect them to be able to win this at least, or at least not lose as many members and as much space. But as I say that, Alexa haven't really had the chance to get onto site, but Pop, he was ready. It's a Cypher. They have eyes in the back of their heads through the smoke.
30 seconds
Jerka
left.
gets Mata, and this is actually going to be forcing Scaro onto an eco round on match point.
Spike planted.
Oh, that's dire. And Sensitivity also just decides to keep on going on this, or maybe go for the exit frag after all, or well, the exit frags. Because going for this fight would be a bold move to make on, and it doesn't seem to be happening. Sensitivity makes a sensible call, falls back, but with that, even one Vandal, or one Phantom, I should say. Sorry, the skin, it looks so terribly different. I'm completely out of my element. But really, though, this is not enough, right? Even if you give this gun to your top fragger, yeah, good luck if the rest only has some pistols, maybe some heavy armor, and then some upgraded pistols is the best thing that I can think of, really. I guess that there's room for, I don't know, maybe a stinger in some cases. Team Scarrow will at least have a decent or a somewhat increased loss bonus, so we'll just have to keep an eye out, see how they buy around this, see how that scoreboard pans out. As currently, Team Alexa, they stand not only on the match points, actually, but they stand on the champion, or well, the group stage point. I'm going to call it the group stage point. That's the term that I'm inventing for that, right on the spot. If Team Alexa win this battle, they will have 9 points, and there will be no way for any other team to get up to that stage. Scarrow was the only team that had a chance to get the #1 spot in this group stage, and by the looks of it, by the way the frags are going, that chance will be denied. Jave with the bomb bot even takes out Mata after a frag on a teammate. 2v4, and Jerka already moving out quite aggressively. You can see it in the way that they play, in the way that they go out. They're just waiting for the Team Scarrow players to show themselves, and I believe that Albala will be caught out in a moment, although good tag comes through on Jerka. The way that this is played, Neil though caught out, and Jerka still fooling around. That would, in theory, mean a Vandal for Albala. But the spike has been planted. Albala with the judge, however, great weapon,
Attackers
but
win.
Alexa with the return, and Team Alexa all together with the whopping 9 points, and coming back on this, taking that #1 spot in the group stage, and I think securing the best possible seeding for that semi-final in the playoffs.
Yeah, and again, starting it off, this game specifically wasn't very convincing. It wasn't really strong. They were, as you can tell, down 0-2. They even lost that bonus round, which was a little concerning coming through. But eventually, they really managed to just like wrap it up, get it together, decide how they want to do, decide how they want to go for that plan and for that game plan. And so far, specifically from Team Alexa, it looks like when Jerka and Dreva just push out aggressively, it works for them every single time. If these two players decide to just like, okay guys, you know what, we might be on the attacking side, but we're gonna be pushing out and we're gonna be playing this very, very, you know, offensively, every single time it works out in their favor. So something that maybe they might try to incorporate a little bit earlier on, because I don't think we've seen them win a single first pistol round of the game.
Ooh, dearie me, that's a hard statistic to throw against them, but that's also the hard reality. And I'm just enjoying these highlights in the meantime, seeing two aces back to back, pop on, back up. It's just, it's excellent, but it's also, I think, going to show how incredibly strong those two players are, Jerka and Jave. They have done, I think, easily 70% of the entire team's kills together. Like, they have been popping off hard, and the rest of the team has kind of been there along for the ride, it feels like. Really, really strong performance, honestly. I am impressed.
Yeah, and their strong performance specifically is going to be impacting the standings as well now that Alexa actually gets that win, as you mentioned yourself, on 9 points. Scaro's still on 4, 1 point for Iceman Lucky, and Knuckle still on that 0 point at the moment. So it's really on Iceman Lucky and Knuckle to try and kind of climb up in some way. So we actually are going to be seeing that final game of the day. It's going to be Knuckle against Iceman Lucky. Now, the interesting thing here is if Iceman Lucky wins the next game, they're going to be getting 3 points, right? So that puts them at 4 points against, which is identical to Scaro. Whereas if Knuckle wins the last game, then there isn't actually a tie. It's just 3 points. She's going to be on, you know, the 3rd spot. So it's really, really interesting to see what the teams are going to be pulling out and how they're going to be playing that, because it does actually, you know, we have a potential for maybe a tie coming through for that 2nd place. But don't you worry, guys, because we're going to be heading into game right after the break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
I learned to love the kids you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. But do I want you in your bed with me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
the bed. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it to the top, make it wild. Make it to the top, make it wild. Make it to the top, make it wild. Bring it to the top, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna break it wild. I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna break it wild. This is a dynamite.
Yo, 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 everybody, welcome back. It's gonna be the final game of the day. What an absolute banger, jam-packed day, evening, afternoon, with just Valorant action back to back. It's been incredible. RJ, how have you feeling about the run so far?
Honestly, it has been a delight. I will be honest about this, right? For me, this is one of my newer and first tries actually properly casting Valorant on English broadcast, to maybe some people's surprise. I hope to some people's surprise, you know, that would mean a good thing. And honestly, these have been some beautiful best of ones to get things started with. An absolute delight to cast, some great plays that have actually been made. The ability usage, the positioning, all those kind of big brain moments. We've even had those, and we've also had just insane clutches, insane kills, you know, aces, all that sort of stuff. I couldn't have imagined a better broadcast to start with, and of course, not a better co-caster.
Yeah, but also we're gonna be getting the map, so Ascent! Which, could you have imagined a better map pick? That's the question.
We've gone full circle. We have literally gone full
We've
circle.
gone for circle.
I mean, this is incredibly consistent at the very least. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's been Ascent, Icebox, Ascent again.
Ascent.
Bind?
Bind.
Oh, wait, no, yeah. Bind, and then
Split,
Haven,
Ascent.
and then Ascend again. Okay, so it's not completely
not
gone
Haven.
full circle. No. Yeah, oh, there you go. So close. So
I mean,
close,
we're
and yet
right
so
back
far.
where we started. We're right back where we started. We're
Yeah.
back in Ascent, and you know, just as you mentioned earlier, couldn't have had a wonderful co-caster, and you know, I'd like to say same. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, but we're not at the end just yet. We still have one game to go, and that is actually going to be Iceman Lucky against Knuckle. Now, Knuckle looking to secure those initial 3 points, whereas Iceman, he's really looking to secure those points so that he can be tied on that second spot. And I'm assuming then it's going to be a matter of who won the quickest, how many rounds you lost, and how many rounds you won. So if Iceman Lucky wants to be putting themselves in the best position to be able to go to that semi-final spot, they're going to have to do it in a 13-0 fashion. But we've seen, out of all the teams so far that we've seen compete against Alexa's team, it was Knuckle who has had the closest result in terms of the amounts of rounds that they have been able to take away from them. So it's going to be a question of whether or not they're going to be able to actually win against Iceman Lucky, because so far they haven't really had a W on the board, but we'll figure that out. Iceman Lucky, also the only win that they had on the board was because of a tie. But how are you feeling about this entire situation, the potential tie coming through, the one-pointer, you know? What is it? How does it feel?
I mean, honestly, I think that this can actually be a surprisingly close match, and it's kind of because both of the supposed top teams in the competition are put out of the position, right? We've seen Team Alexa, we've seen Team Scarrow, and it feels like now you get that battle between sort of the bottom part of the lower tier of these four teams in total. So with that, let's go and have a look. It is time for that first round. It is time for that pistol round. And it's time to see who it will be. Iceman Lucky versus Knuckle. A best of one full of pleasure, full of joy. And one in which I am going to put that out there. If I do have to pick one team, I'm going to go for Iceman Lucky. They managed to draw Scarrow, so in my eyes, that puts them a little bit ahead of Team Knuckle. So, you know, just tossing that out there. That's my win prediction.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll see how this is going to be playing out. It's going to be a different map, and first time these teams are facing each other this evening. Starting it off with a quite aggressive push on grass, and it's already giving bots the opportunity to get Trincer out of the picture. One man down. They know why they're coming from. Ricaro's looking to equalize it. So is Zavatad, making sure that the players doesn't go to waste, and they're running through the smoke. And Zavatan, once again, that incredible human being and holding that side by himself.
Last player
A
standing.
great way to phrase it, and he
down,
just
B.
keeps committing to it too. The third kill found. So I see 2 go down, but Knuckle, admittedly, last woman standing, but bots making quick work of it, I'm afraid. And that's the 1-0, and that is Team Iceman Lucky. Great start, but it has also only been a pistol round. I always find pistol rounds, they do have that element of random chance in them, and I think that when it comes to a true match of skill, you should look towards something like a full buy round on either side instead. Although, admittedly,
Yeah.
this was also the case of, I think, actually Team Knuckle players being a bit over-enthusiastic. You saw a couple of people in the replays now already running out through the smokes, just out into the open.
Zoom, zoom.
You're going to get punished for that.
You're also gonna get tagged because we already had the read on not 1, not 2, but 3 whole players have been spotted out on Cat, and it's gonna make it that much more easier for Knuckles to, that much more difficult actually for Knuckles to be able to get that advantage of, wow, surprise advantage. Oh my goodness, English today, bots. With the frenzy, this is the classic play we've seen a couple of times as well. You get one tucked away in wine, one pushed out from main. It's gonna be like a meat grinder. It's really impossible to deal with that, but Zavatan! What was that coming through? A couple of shots missed, and he just did a complete 360 turnaround. Whips out the Sheriff. And they're leaving Berlin all by himself, and never mind, he's been put down in a flawless round coming through from Iceman Lucky.
Oh, but that mid-engagement, though, what
That
am I
hurt.
looking at? Yeah, up here
hurt
we
my
go, have it in the replay. Just Knuckle. Oh, the struggle. That is just a right
That
shame,
rhymed.
but that is the way that it went. I feel bad for Knuckle
Have
there.
you-
That I just have no other
Have you
words.
ever
Sometimes you get
considered,
that tilt.
you ever considered a rapping career? By any chance?
How so?
Knuckle, struggle, you know, I feel like that rhymed really well.
Oh, really? Oh, if you want me to actually pay attention to that, hold on, I'm going to give it my best. Bots putting down the
Okay.
shots. The
Oh,
wall coming up, and that says it all. As right now, it stands 2-0. But Team Knuckle, will they go for Mo? Currently a recon bolt popping off. Carol, close in the angle. Sheriff stands at the ready, but Bots, he makes him fast and steady. Carol to fall. Iceman Lucky, will they go for them all? As currently a 4v5 remains, and Team Knuckle, soon it will be a sad, sad state of refrains. Okay, I give up on that one. That's as far as I'm willing to go. There, take that.
Now that's beautiful. Okay, that was very, very good. If you know your caster career doesn't pan out the way you want it to, although it has already, then you can always consider a rapping career. That was absolutely incredible. But what is also incredible is that they also already have the spike down. They're now going to get a couple of tags through with that Sova recon ball. They know where some of these players are hiding, and they're looking to play off, but they know it's going to be hell because it's always where they like to tuck away. Just give them a bit of that position's advantage, and now they're going to be tapping the spike. They're looking for the defuse because it's a really difficult situation. You're in a 1v4, tapping the spike once again. Your Knuckle not going to get that opportunity to get a frag, and round number 3 secured by Iceman Lucky. And when I said they're looking for 13-0, it looks like that's exactly where they want to go.
Hey, see, look, you got it yourself. You got it. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
No,
Honestly, though,
I
Iceman
cannot do
Lucky,
that.
this team, you can do anything that you put your mind to. You just gotta believe.
Okay, you gotta believe, everybody. That's you gotta believe. So today we had math class, we had animals, define your animals class, we had self-improvement and belief class. What's next? English class as
We've got
well?
it all.
Incredible.
We've got it all.
This is just you're just
Iceman
if
Lucky
you're just going to
team.
school.
just watch the Freely GG broadcast. That's all you gotta do. For now, bots watching middle as well. We'll take out Trinsa. Great start in this action, and depending on when Omen Smoke is going to dissipate, there might be another kill, but bots just keeps on going. Such a powerful, powerful operator and player altogether. And right now, that's a 2v5 situation. Team Knuckle very pulled out. And bots is just on a roll. The mid position not being contested in the slightest, it seems like. And for Team Knuckle, this was a round, obviously an eco, but altogether a round that wasn't really going to be going their way either, I think. And bots just kept getting the easy pickings. They also kept kind of going for this, right? And you just see bots every time swooping out and saying, kills?
Surprise.
And taking them. 4-0. Not a very, very surprising result so far, I think. It's Iceman Lucky, though, being perhaps a little bit more dominant than I had completely anticipated.
On the attacking side, with that operator in bot's hands, it's just so difficult to deal with. And it's going to get spotted out this time around, but is it going to be enough? It's just going to fire that warning shot and dash right back into safety.
You should run.
Smoke. Attacker Killjoy actually investing that lockdown, and actually paranoia coming through. Doesn't quite connect with anyone. Kraken does find the first layer is going to come through. He's going to have him blind, and he's going to use the site flash as well. No one's going to connect, so Berlin's already dashed onto that site. He's absolutely in enemy territory. He's now in hell. Hasn't really been spotted out as of yet. You don't know exactly where he's going to be from, but they are looking to get that plan down. Bots, however, with those knives already on that rotation, went through with the flank. He did an absolute 360, and he's back to where he started earlier on, just taking a different path. He find Knuckle, and now it's a 4v3. Spike is down. They have to play this post-spawn. They're going to be tagged out by the Sova recon bolt. Phoenix gets one. Berlin gets another. Phoenix gets 2 to his name. 1 player left, and Zavatan making sure that that's not going to happen. The fuse is going to come through. 5-0. The operator's going to get picked up.
Wow, that was a great retake coming out from Team Iceman Lucky. And for a moment there, I actually held on to the hope, the thought, this is it. This is going to be Team Knuckle finally on that comeback. And you saw as well, right, they had the Killjoy coming through. They had good positions. But then PHN, he started off. He dropped down. He committed, caught out Trinsa. And altogether, Team Knuckle just not being given anything, so it seems. Also economically, not really having anything. I can't go that far, but you do notice some signs of a struggle. Also, Cisse, you know, well, I'm not sure of that buy, actually. There was a lot of disparity there. Again, just the amount running all the way away from each other. Carol going quite aggressive. Opening pick has been found. Second will come through. IML to go down. And the B site has actually very swiftly been claimed. This could be Team Knuckles' first round to finally come through.
I wanted to say it's going to be the beginning of the economic crisis coming through from Knuckle, but they actually invested in Bitcoin instead and managed to cash out before the dip. Looks like they are able to not only get that site unlocked, they're also just getting kills left, right, and center. And the only person left standing is Croc, and gets taken out as well. And that's round number 1 in the bag secured for Knuckle.
Finally. It took them a little while, but they've gotten going.
They found their footing.
You know, we can't get around that. We can't get around that fact, right? A 5-round streak from Team Iceman Lucky, that is really good. And for Team Knuckle to at least manage to respond to it now on that first half, that's on time enough. That is definitely on point, but I'd like to now see that Team Knuckle 3-4-round streak in return. That's the least, the minimum that they need. But they're going to be facing off against full equipment from Team Iceman Lucky. They had reserves, and they've used them.
Yeah, it's so far every single time that Iceman Lucky have actually been able to win the round, so the past 5 rounds, is because that operator just right now has been in play. And last round they were able to take that operator out quite early with that paranoia that would come through, but it just didn't give Iceman Lucky that opportunity to win the round. And here once again that operator still in play. The rest of the team feels more than confident to go for that incredibly strong hold and to be side, because you already have one person covering mid, and not having that operator mid last round kind of really hurt the round for Iceman Lucky. But it looks like they learned from their mistake. They found their footing. They made the adjustment. They went back to the way they started. And you know, if it ain't broken,
don't fix it.
Hey.
At least that's what I'm used to hearing.
Yeah, same. All good.
Really, though, it's, I think, a bit of a telltale sign that Team Iceman Lucky can indeed keep playing just that standard tactic, and they can keep catching out those Team Knuckle players. I think it just goes to show that right now, Team Iceman Lucky put themselves in a strong position, but there is the Hunter's Fury coming through. That deals damage. Carol will be fragged out by Kraken. It's still a 4v3. Team Knuckle, they have the advantage on this one. So all they have to do is play this to their team. Bots on that operator. So strong.
Spike planted.
It's just
Spike does get
impossible
planted
to deal with it.
Oh, but that retake. This is scary, though. IML, somebody that you should definitely be afraid of, and bots also pushing ahead. Slow comes through. You shouldn't peek this, but they do. Knuckle taken out. Cisse, though, great transfer. Beautiful 4K in the end, and an absolutely deserved clutch. Second round for Team Knuckle, but there's still work left to do.
Yeah, there are still 4 rounds in this half, including the one that we're going to be looking at right now. But that was a beautiful clutch coming through. The Hunter's Fury also opening up the round really nicely from Sycia. You have that operator, but once you cut off those lines of sights with the smoke, it's just so much more difficult to like actually get any shots down. And yes, you know, there are a couple of shots coming through from bots, but the ones that really mattered were that one player in Hell. They were just not able to get to him just because of their positioning. And the Syce is just really good with that transfer, gets spray transfer, gets that pick off, allows that defuse to come through. And now, you know, Iceman Lucky, yes, they're 6-2, but the last 2 rounds that they have lost, it was a very like strong loss. It wasn't just like, oh, it's down to like the wire. You're in that 2v1 situation, and it didn't work out, didn't set up the crossfire as you'd expect them to. So these are like these little, really small mistakes that when you are going against those more experienced teams and the teams that do have that communication a bit better on luck, they really matter because they can capitalize off of them.
Oh, most certainly so. And I think that it's those kind of mistakes, we've said this before, they have to be utilized, they have to be put through. And if you can make sure that you keep outplaying your enemy like that, and I do think that in a way that's what Iceman Lucky is doing, right? Their team. And for me, I see that in the way that Team Knuckle at times, they start peeking on mid. And the idea is we are going there and we are hoping to either find some sort of impact, find some sort of opening, but they get punished relentlessly for it. We did have a short technical pause, by the way, but that's already been resolved. See, before you know it, these issues, they get patched up and fixed up. And these players are ready to roll, ready to go again. So with that, it's time to get into the 9th round, and we see Kraken's Tasmanian Tiger being swiftly truncated. I was really looking for a T word to fit in that.
Oh, great way to put it, because now they're down 2 members. Bots once again on the operator, just doesn't want to let it go. It's just so good at using it and so good at just really scaring Knuckle into whatever side they put their mind to. And you have the Reyna with the flashes, you have the paranoia from Omen, but other than that, you don't have, and like the smokes as well, you don't really have anyone to deal directly with cutting off those sight lines for the operator. And that's always something that you want to take into consideration when you are, you know, putting your squad together.
3.
And that's the dry peek coming through from Berlin. Yeah, I'm not sure if the paranoia wasn't available or if just decided not to use it, if he thought that, you know, by that time Bots had already given up. But Bots is an incredibly patient man, and you can tell by those frags coming through from that operator just how absolutely disgusting it is.
Flawless.
Most certainly so. A flawless round then also pops up for Team Iceman Lucky. And I do believe it was you who said it, that they need to win a round with a serious amount of round difference. Well, the way that it is looking right now, that seems to be the case. Because Scarrow won versus Knuckle with a 13-9. But by the way that Team Iceman Lucky is playing, I think that they might actually overtake that, and they might actually end up in a better position.
Yeah, it could just be that they want to get that second spot, because let's be completely honest, you're going to have the shot at the semifinals, and why wouldn't you want to be there? Because at the end of the day, it can be a ticket to LAN,
you get to
and
go to,
that's something.
You get a chance for a beautiful LAN. There's an even bigger prize pool. There's like all these great opportunities with HyperX. I don't know. Why wouldn't you want to be there, actually?
Yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah, and HyperX
Exclamation
and
mark
Wrocław
HyperX in the
City.
chat, by the way.
Yeah, they're really making this, you know, possible, and they're also really ensuring that these
One enemy
players feel the pressure to perform, and that's exactly what they've been doing. They've just been working tirelessly, making these games just so enjoyable to watch, but also really enjoyable to play, and that's flawless coming through. The question is, what's the economy looking like for Knuckle? Because they can't buy this round. I'm assuming last round was the eco round, so they're gonna try to be buying here on that final round and a half, which is good news for them, because that means that the economy is gonna reset, right? So you're gonna go into that second round of the half, and second half of the you're gonna into the second round and a half, and you're gonna be like, okay,
Yep.
wow,
The second half of the game,
and the second half of the map, and you're gonna be like, yeah, you know, our economy is a reset. Just gotta, you know, bundle it down together, huddle down together, make sure that this is working, make sure that we got the correct, you know, strategies in play, make sure we know how to deal with this operator, because that Lear, it didn't do anything.
You should run.
And Bots once again gets away with murder.
And
the team is so desperate to get
And
onto
Kraken.
site.
Yep.
Oh, it's
It's
two
that
players left, and it's looking incredibly difficult. Oh,
Last player.
There's a chance.
done with the operator,
tiny one.
but there's
Down
only
A.
one player left, and he's gonna be pinchered. He's gonna be absolutely under that paranoia coming through, and IML is gonna finish off this round. Defenders win. It's gonna be
Last round
9-2,
before the
and this is last round. They bought in that specific round, RJ. Can they buy here? Can they full buy
looks
here
like
as a
it.
team? Oh,
I mean,
I'm not
it's
sure
going to
about
be-
Trinzer.
Yeah, Trinzer and
no
Knuckle.
armor.
No armor. That's not something that I like to see. That makes me worried. In my eyes, armor takes the priority, but they are going to go for the sick Vandal plays instead. So credit to them where it's due for trying to pull that off. But if that's going to help them get the 9-3, I'm not all that
the
sure.
Odin.
Oh, yep, the Odin.
A little too
but
high.
it's off the mark. Yep, it's not immediately connecting unless IML is going to decide to spray through more towards... Oh, dear. A little bit worried there, but it doesn't connect still. IML just committing to the same spot. If you think about it, a bit of a mistake, because you would expect people to actually move away from it. Savitsan also not really getting much of a chance to move away. But PHN, he does come through. But this is Team Knuckle, and this is a great entry. The Odin from IML, that will have to spin up still. And that will just keep on going.
Oh,
Yep. And the
run
res
and
comes through as
gun.
well. Savatan pulled back up, and a 3v2 is created, where for a moment Team Knuckle had an advantage. It is now gone. Team Knuckle committing to the A site in the meantime.
Spike
Berlin
planted.
coming through with the spike plant. And Kraken gradually pushing up, going for the heaven angle, going for the high ground, just like Berlin tries to do. But the shot does not connect. And Cisse will show up. Take out IML in that
Last player standing.
sideline area. Berlin and Cisse, they both come through, and at least it's Team Knuckle to take the third round. At least they get
Switching
that
sides.
as we move to the second half, as we switch around the teams. But this is very, very tough to overtake regardless. However,
Yeah, it's
for Team
9 to
Iceman
3.
Lucky... Yeah, for Team Iceman Lucky, there's still a lot of chances up for grabs. And as I've said before, the result that Team Scarrow got was that 13-9 versus Team Knuckle. Then a draw, which means 4 points for them. Iceman Lucky, if they can get the win here, and if they can overstay that round advantage, if they can actually make sure Team Knuckle doesn't get more than those 9 rounds, more than 8, technically speaking, then the round difference is going to be in the advantage of Team Iceman Lucky. But we'll have to see how this pans out. It's a new round. It's a pistol round, and Trinsa is moving into or sitting in the smoke. I was going to say moving quite aggressively, but Kraken is actually the one showing the aggressiveness right on the mark. And a free ghost for the trouble.
Yeah, the right click is nerfed, guys. It's actually nerfed. I can tell you that. But Iceman Lucky, taking a page out of Knuckles' book. Knuckle, when they started that pistol round, they really went for that mid control, and that's exactly what they've been doing, but they haven't expected that both Carol and Sights will be pushed out aggressively. Kraken is going to be able to get the trade through, but as he tries to go for the flash, Berlin takes him out. Paranoia is going to come out in mid, cleaning up some of those lines of sight as well. Spike has dropped. Bots have managed to get one, but it's now a 2v2 situation. Not much of util available here. Bots hasn't looked, but Sights he misses the shots. Bots is now running towards him with the frenzy, even giving him the opportunity to get the spike, and Zavatan, that 1v1 with Berlin, comes out ahead. That is double digits for Iceman Lucky.
Always such an important milestone, and one that Team Iceman Lucky has achieved. Right now, it's getting closer and closer. It is getting too close, in my opinion. I mean, Team Knuckle, they have to hold out so many rounds at this point, and Team Iceman Lucky, they need just 3 more. That is nothing. You've gotten that achieved within no time, in my opinion. So, as such, I simply keep wondering, and I hope for the lads of Team Iceman, or for the lads of Team Knuckle even, I should say, that there will be that change, that there will be that return, but it's going to be tough still. The attackers, they are relentless in their pushes. The ability usage is good. Kraken, PHN, they push ahead. Bots gets a kill as well. And you get that one player locked out behind the door. IMH still getting the read on that, though. IML even. And that's Knuckle from Team Knuckle, the one and only. Being pushed back and having to go for the retake with CC, but it doesn't happen. It's Savatan going for this battle and getting the spray down. It's the 11-3. And it's Team Knuckle so far not really getting their start yet on the second half.
Yeah, Team Knuckle now in a precarious position. They do have to win. The next one's going to be their bonus round, so you'd expect them to take that win in that one. But if they don't, if by some miraculous reason Iceman Lucky actually manages to get the pick, to get that win and to ruin the economy Knuckles team, then yeah, it's gonna be scary to say the least.
Then it's an oof. Then it's very unlucky.
Yeah, an oof and a half. An oof and a half here. But the judge actually coming through, because Knuckle, if I'm correct, did buy last round. She's pushing up aggressively, gets punished for it right away. Trins are pushed out as well. Does manage to get the pick off on Phoenix, and that is a player for a player. Kraken, they're equalizing it even more. Gets another player down, and it's just the numbers are dwindling, and it doesn't look like Knuckle really have any sort of strategy that they want to commit to, because they're not even watching each other's backs.
Oh dear. It's only Reina left, and Bortz catches out Trins. 12-3, Team Iceman Lucky. They are looking to make this one of the closest results. We've seen it once more today, actually, the 13-3. And that was in the previous match. That was Team Alexa versus Scarrow. And it seems like, by the way of economy and everything, the way it is looking, you see this last-ditch attempt coming through as well from Team Knuckle. They're forcing it out. They're trying everything. A Guardian, a Vandal, a Spectre. two Vandals, really. It's okay weaponry, right? It's decent, but I really wonder how
it up
this is
to
going
the
to pan out.
task?
Absolutely, that's the right question to ask. Let's find out. Initial frags have been found. You see PHN, though, comes in with the double. And that double could already mean so much, though. As currently, it's the 3v3. There's still chances for Team Knuckle to hold them off. It's Team Iceman Lucky moving toward the B site then, perhaps. But even as they move toward that B site, there are still plenty of angles to play from. That mid-link position gives them a lot of movement, and they do actually gather back up, move to the A site instead, because as a caster, I just called out B site, so obviously they have to
Why would they
rotate it
listen
back
to you?
around.
Right?
Yeah, right. I know.
Exactly.
So silly.
If a caster says that you should be doing something, or maybe you are doing something, that you're gonna do like, the absolute opposite. It's time though. It's looking like Cat is where they are gonna be firing a couple of warning shots, but this time Knuckles' team doesn't want to over-rotate. They don't want to commit too many people towards the A side, but that does seem to be a little scary because there's gonna be 3 members against Trinster all by himself. Yes, he's on the Reyna, one of those incredible agents to be in on this position, but the paranoia is gonna come through and he's gonna have to hold his position for a little longer. They're gonna go down for the plant. He's gonna find Phoenix. He's gonna not find a second pick as the shock dart takes our slicer, and now it's only Knuckle, last player standing, 16 seconds on the clock from the side of Iceman. Look, we have to get the flank down because it's now or never. Knuckle coming through with the flank, does manage to get the first pick. Now it's Knuckle against IML. Slow Orb is going to be making that much more difficult to maneuver towards the A site. They know where IML is. There's even a jiggle peek coming through. They're going to be jumping and they're not going to land their shot. 7 bullets left. Going to be coming through with that molly, but IML finishes. They're off. Iceman Lucky wins the game 13-3.
Absolutely dominant performance. Team Iceman Lucky deservedly so, and by way of round difference, getting those critical 3 points they needed to make it 4 points and the slightly better round difference as well. Highlights in the meantime coming through, and obviously as we look back to these highlights, I think we see straight away bots on the operator, such a key factor and such an impact player. I think without bots on the operator, this could have been a much closer match, but sadly Team Knuckle kept getting caught out by bots and by really the rest of Team Iceman Lucky as well. Really, at the moment, this is a very, very clear mark that Team Iceman Lucky has made, and they deservedly get a very strong win here.
Yeah, it's that operator specifically, you know, that was in the hands of bots, and it felt like Knuckle didn't have the strategy or the util that you'd expect him to throw at that operator to cut off those lines of sights. And bots was also really good at continuously changing their position. Like, they wouldn't stay onto A site for the entirety of that defensive round. Sometimes it would go to mid, sometimes it would go to B, and that actually allowed, you know, Iceman Lucky to get such a big lead onto that defensive side that when you go onto the attacking side, all you have to do is win the pistol. You're already ahead mentally, so you're gonna be getting that as well, and it's worked in their favor, and that actually does change the standings.
And let's take a look at those. Team Alexa clearly on top. Not too big of a surprise there. Team Iceman Lucky on the chaser, and as said before, better round difference, which means that he nets position number 2. Team Scarrow and Team Knuckle sadly losing out on this one, but our ever so dearest viewers, don't you worry, there is something that you can actually do to make sure that your favorite streamers still come back. !wildfeed, and that will be a chance for them to actually show back up in that standing, or in that actual playoffs or LAN finals even down the line. So don't forget to do that. Don't forget to check that out, because it really can help, and it really can mean that you can vote them in and that they get another shot at this.
Yeah, and actually it also does make a bit of a change to playoffs. Sure, those teams might not actually currently be in the finals. You can always vote for them, but the ones that actually are in the finals right now is Iceman, Lucky, and Alexa. They both have secured around each a semifinal each here from Group A, and we're gonna be looking at Group B tomorrow to start and fill out that table a bit further, as currently it's only half full, and we'll be figuring out who is gonna be fighting against who in those semis on Sunday, which is going to be another thing to look forward to. And so far, all this has been made possible by HyperX and Wrocław City. So thank you guys so much for that as well. And it's just really incredible to see how these teams have put such a high quality gameplay forward. As you know, they're not competitive teams. They probably don't have coaches. They have just kind of bundled together a couple of their viewers and said, guys, there's a competition, let's go. And they're like, yes, sounds good. And they just really were able to make that work out in their favor. And it was lovely to be here to cast it. And it was absolutely incredible to finally do like an official broadcast with you, RJ. Been looking forward to it since like day one. Thank you so much for everything, guys. And make sure that you do that exclamation mark HyperX in the chat as well. RJ, before we close it off, any final words?
It was a pleasure, as always, Jeannie. And I look forward to many more days of covering these beautiful qualifiers. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone at home, obviously, for watching and being along to the right. And thank you to the streamers for participating as well. I look forward to more of these beautiful qualifiers and, of course, the playoffs and everything further down the line.
Yeah, we're going to be back tomorrow with some more casting. It's going to be me on the mic with RJ as well. And we're going to be looking at Group B. So make sure to note that down in your diary. Thank you so much, guys, for being here today. Thank you, HyperX, and thank you, the City of Wrocław, for making this possible. And thank you, Production, for having us and for putting on an incredible show. Replays and everything. Stacked out production. Absolutely love it. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.